Dragi moji ljudi, dobar dan i dobrodošli u novi live stream na kanalu. Kako smo završili GTA 5, tako sam napravio malu pauzu, ali sada se vraćamo streaming aktivnostima i streamamo jednu igru koju sam ja davno prešao. Bila je čak i ovdje na kanalu, međutim ja sam rešio da sve te stare klipove sklonim sa kanala, jer smatram da nije to bilo baš zadovoljavajuće sada kad pogledam dosta vremena unapred. Neke igre mi je žao što sam morao da sklonim, ali jebi ga, nije mi sve kako to ispalo. Jedna od tih igara je bila The Council. The Council je epizodna igra, nešto kao Telltale, u smislu epizoda, nešto kao Telltale. Imate 5 epizoda, igra je izašla 2018. prva epizoda, onda su kasnije izlazile ostale epizode, tako da sada imamo complete edition cele ove igre. U pitanju je Misterija koja vas baca na neko ostrvo, u neku vilu gdje su svi svetski moćnici iz tog perioda, tipa Napoleon, George Washington, predstavnici Vatikana i tako dalje, tako dalje. I u toj kući se dešava nešto čudnjikavo i faktički baca misteriju pred vas i vaš zadatak je da rešite šta se zapravo dešava u toj kući. Ne sjećam se, nije sad tačno detalja, mislim da je to kuća majke glavnog lika, koji je ovaj koga vidite na slici, i majka mu je umrla valjda i ostavila mu neko nasledstvo i onda on sad ide tu da istraži što se dešava. Mislim, koliko me sećam služi. Možda i grešim, u principu igra je story driven, puzzler, imate dosta zagonetki, imate dosta odluka poput Telltale igrama, dakle može priča da vas vodi na jednu ili drugu stranu, radi se o račvanju, odnosno ima branching story, kako to vole da kažu Amerikanci, i ima u sebi neke RPG elemente u smislu da vi možete da buđite skillove vašem liku kako bi lakše ulazili u neki dijalog ili lakše rešavali neke nedoumice. Tako da, polukratko sam vam objasnio čemu se radi. Jako jedna interesantna igra, tako da ideja je da pređemo cijelom na kanalu. Sada vidjet ćemo da li ćemo danas odraditi prve 2 epizode ili samo jednu. Sve zavisi koliko bude trajala epizoda 1. Ako bude trajala recimo do 3 sata, onda ćemo odraditi drugu epizodu. Ako ode nakon 3 sata, onda ćemo da stanemo nakon epizode 1. Dakle, 5 epizoda ima ukupno ova igra. I šta da vam kažem sem da krećemo. Settings, nema ovdje nešto previše da se, sve sam roknuo na maksimum. Tako da možemo odmah na new game.
You're not getting anywhere with this, Von Borchert.
You know, I kind of get the same feeling, my dear Sarah. Listen. Nothing. Not a sound. No one's coming to save you.
That's what you think. The Golden Order knows exactly where we are.
By the time your ridiculous secret society turns up, I'll be long gone. As for you, nothing will remain of your body.
If you touch a single hair on my mother's head, I'll skin you alive.
You know, Louis, I have no intention of beating your dear mother. There are more persuasive ways of making you talk. You've stolen something from me that I intend to get back. Where have you hidden it?
Von Borchert, you can't sell that book on the black market anymore. This is finished.
We know you're planning on selling at one of Lord Mortimer's parties. All right? Just tell us who the buyer is and we can make a deal.
You've no idea of the trouble you've gotten yourselves into. Oh, but you will tell me where it's hidden. I can promise you that.
Stop annoying our host, Louis. Son, didn't what happened to you in Rome teach you anything?
Just a few more minutes and my concoction will be ready. With this, your bodies will dissolve in less than 4 hours. You'll see. It loosens tongues in no time.
You know, I have to admit, Mother, the only thing you've ever taught me is that damn motto of yours. Always remain rational. And open. I got it. I've opened our shackles.
Draw him over here. I'll take care of him.
Von Burchard! Von Burchard! Listen. Let's make a deal. I'll tell you where the book is if you let my mother go free.
Oh, what are you playing at?
Don't worry, Mother.
You want to play the hero. Pity you're not in any position to do so. For the last time. Where is Al-Azif?
Let me do this. Trust me.
Please, be my guest, Mother.
Well done, Louis. You reacted perfectly.
How do you feel, Mother?
Couldn't be better. He's alive, so I can question him after we get back. Pity he's just a middleman. Means I haven't finished with this case.
Oh, I had a feeling you'd be running off on one of your adventures again, Mother. You know what? I'm warning you. This time, I'm coming with you.
No. Even though you impress me more and more, I have to do this on my own.
Mother, you're no spring chicken anymore.
Come on, let's go home. And don't forget to send our men to tend to Von Burchard.
Well done, Mother. You just had to pick up Von Burchard's trail on your own, didn't you? You ditched me in Paris with no explanation, and off you go to infiltrate one of the world-renowned receptions of this Lord Mortimer? And now he writes me to say that you've gone missing on his private island? Which, by the way, looks more like a big rock than a paradise island. The least he could do is explain to me how he managed to lose you. In any case, it is time for you to stop all this, Mother. It no longer suits your age. Well, I'm sure I'll find you once again, slogging through the caves beneath the island, searching for some long-lost mystical object that you just can't live without. I'm already hating this trip, and all I've done is think about
Contrary to
it.
what one may be able to imagine, it was not the host himself who invited me.
Well now, Duchess, we find ourselves both invited by Sir Holm.
Well, how very amusing. Perhaps we have some common interests, Your Eminence. Is this your first time at one of Lord Mortimer's legendary parties?
Oh no, we have been friends since long ago. But as I'm doing some business with Sir Hone, the invitation came from him.
Well, I simply can't wait for all the festivities to begin.
And you, good sir, what brings you here?
Your Eminence, with all due respect, I prefer to keep my reasons for coming here to myself. I promise, it has nothing to do with the legendary party that you all appear to be preparing for.
Believe what you will, my son. However, everything is related to the legendary parties organized by our host.
Yeah, I'll be the judge of that, Cardinal.
Anyway, consider yourself fortunate, young man, because there are many who dream of simply one day setting foot on this island, and only a very few ever make it. Indeed, I imagine this must be your first time here.
And you, Duchess? You seem to be quite accustomed to things here. Am I right?
I do not think that one can ever get accustomed to what Lord Mortimer prepares for his guests. But you are right. This is not the first time I've been on this wharf.
If you've come back again, I imagine you must find it to be of some interest.
Here, everything is possible if you make the right choices. It really is up to you whether you leave better off or not.
Please excuse me if you find me overly curious, young man. I did not mean to cause you any embarrassment. Come, Duchess. They are waiting for us.
We're moving, Monsieur de Richet, if you would like to join us.
I'm coming, Duchess. A cardinal? A duchess? I wonder if all the guests here are this prestigious. If I'd known, I would have gone for a better suit.
Are you all right?
Mother? Oh shit, your hand!
So?
Okay, it's done.
Did you put it in a safe place?
Yes. I made sure no one was following me. Don't worry, Sarah, no one's going to find it.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Right. Just one thing left to do.
No, Mother, no, don't!
What? Have you lost your mind?
There's no other way.
If you kill me, you won't find it.
That is the point, my dear. No one must ever put their hands on it again.
No. But I trusted you.
No, Sarah. Don't. No. No! You can run if you want to, Sarah, but you will pay.
Hugh.
Louis, are you all right? What's going on? Here, take this.
I'm sorry.
Keep it. Are you better?
I'm fine. Don't worry. It's getting late. Why don't you go on ahead and I'll catch up with you, okay?
Are you sure?
Yes! I'm sorry. I'm sure, yes.
Fine.
I definitely have to find Mother quickly. Am I going crazy or what? This can't be real. The Duchess arrived.
Yeah,
with
what the
me.
cute.
What's happening to me, for God's sake? I absolutely need to find you, Mother.
Evo nas. Usra ga ja odmah na početku još rekao, koliko se sjećam, njemu je ovo majka nešto ostavila, a Keva živa. Idemo. To ne znam šta su koje kontrole, još uvijek nemam ništa od kontrola, oko da ide u 7 FPS-a, vred. Ne mogu sjetim da li ovdje ima nešto da se uzme, pokupi, aha.
A Byzant.
Moram da vidim šta mi je... Šta mi je inventory? How the fuck do I open my inventory?
Louis, during the trip, I had something I wanted to ask you, but we didn't happen to run into each other.
Yes, Duchess?
I'm not sure if you remember, but we've met before. At that time, you were of two minds as to your choice of career. Tell me, what have you been up to since?
Sad biramo klasu. The diplomat shines in society. A talented speaker, he avoids faux pas. And he can convince those with whom he is talking without offending them. Politics is his field of predilection. Yo, bloody! This bloody! Radi Streamlabs, tamo sam se zabrinuo. Occultist is a master of deception. Convinced of the importance of knowledge, he has acquired extensive expertise in science and the arts. Using others to achieve his own ends does not bother him. The detective excels in investigation. He is trained to notice every detail in his surroundings as well as in people he questions. Hands-on man, he does not shy away from the direct approach. Dobro. Znači, mi biramo sada našu klasu. Da li smo diplomata, da li smo okultista ili smo detektiv. Ovo će nam otvoriti taj skill 3, ali i drugi skill 3 će nam biti otvoreni. Tako da... diplomata ili detektiv? Diplomat or detektiv? Ja bih išao... Ja ne mogu setiti da li sam ja prvi put kad sam igrao igru, da li sam išao na detektiv. Ja mislim da sam išao na detektiv. Ajmo na diplomatu. Aha, ja mogu da uradim back. Sad mogu stvari da vidim i šta nam je, šta su nam skillovi. Znači, ovdje imam convince people with your sheer force of your will and your attitude. Onda imamo express your grasp of the geopolitical situation, nation's interest, diplomatic relations. Divert people's attention, change the subject or avoid question, translate all kinds of documents and conversation in foreign languages. I imamo adopt the appropriate behavior for every social situation. Što se tiče ovo je ne detektiv, nego ovo je bre... ovo detektiv? Ili je ovo? Noticed noteworthy detail or oddly placed elements. Read people's behavior like an open book. Use your logical mind and oratorical talents. Use your coordination against your surrounding and sometimes against people. Notice anything strange in someone's behavior or appearance. I onda imamo ovdje manipulation. Čekaj da vidim. Aha, ovo je za okultist, čekaj, ajmo na detektiva. Kaže ovako. Be up to date with scientific knowledge and medical, dobro. Rely on your knowledge of myths, occult and religious symbols. Get people to act in your own interest. Benefit from a sound, dobro. Steal items, pick locks, notice falsifications. Ovo mi se sviđa. Ali... ićemo na diplomatu. Ajde, ali vučemo i detektiv. Ajmo na detektiva. User coordination, sometimes against people.
Well, over the last few years, I've solved a number of crime cases. Like the chauffeur d'Angers, for example. Thieves that torture their victims with burning embers.
Charming. How did you catch them?
I told the most cowardly one that the others had given him up.
Ah, and I wager your thief suddenly started to talk.
You wouldn't believe it. He told us everything. The jobs, the stashes, the names of his partners. Couldn't shut him up.
I heard about that case, but I didn't know you were the one who solved it.
I'm flattered that the news made it across the channel. And you've got a darn good memory, Duchess.
Well, they say I have the memory of two people. But please, call me Emily.
Fine, Emily.
Emily je
Tell me,
the Duchess
I was
of
actually helped in that case
nečega.
by my mother. You wouldn't know her by any chance?
Wait, Louis. We've already
Šta ima,
met.
mladi? Si mi dobar?
You do remember me, don't you?
Please excuse me, madam. I'm sure we've met before, but I don't remember where.
I appreciate your honesty, even if it's not very flattering for me.
I imagine that
Boga mi.
with your beauty, madam, it's the first time a man
Da, u
has ever
šetnji,
remembered your
ako
face.
ja
Well, I
došao
must say
kući
you
pre
make
nekih
up for
sat
yourself
i po,
rather elegantly.
isto bio
Please
napolju.
stop torturing me. I'm completely at your mercy.
Boga mi ovdje onako
Where have we met?
ladnikavo je, a ja u majici.
4 years ago, in London,
No,
Wow, classic.
sorry, I don't remember.
in the office of William Pitt. Remember? No?
I'm so sorry, Emily, but I really don't remember you.
Let's drop it, Louis. It doesn't matter. Right, time to go to the manor.
Opportunities. Your skill allow you to discover hidden details.
I ask her a question, she answers with another. Is she playing with me?
Dobro. O, deši rajčugu. Evo kodeks, evo nameksa. Dani prolaze. Each person you meet on the island has their own personality, which makes them vulnerable to certain skills and immune to others. Exploiting the personality is crucial to achieve your personal goals. Skill used against immunities will not succeed and leave you exhausted. Meanwhile, exploited vulnerabilities will give you 1 effort point back. Dakle, imam ove effort poene koje trošim tako što ih maltretiram. Review immunities and vulnerabilities in the journal. Dobro.
Emily, please excuse my insisting, but you still haven't answered about my mother. Do you know her?
You'll see, Louis. Everybody here knows Sarah de Richet.
I don't know where we're going like this, Emily, but you're connected to my mother one way or another. And if I can believe my vision, you don't have much of a place in her heart.
You obtain talents when carrying out certain actions. Remember to review their unlock conditions and effects as they offer very interesting improvements. Review the talents in the dedicated tab in the menu. Evo ga. Dobro, za sad sam Duchess Emily. ovo sam ja i upoznao sam ovog kardinala iz kardinal Piaggi. Ovdje nam još fale vići dosta, George Washington, Napoleon, ne znam ko još. Inventory. Crni pojas iz pošenja. Drugi dan. The art of knowing people. Dobro. Ja sad mogu da kupujem ovo je dobro, ovo je dobro. Ali dobro. Ovo su mi talenti. Ima igra te RPG momente. Royal Jelly restores 2 effort points. You cannot carry more than 5. Dobro. Ali sad polude ovaj Streamlabs je. Čas radi, čas te radi. Evo, odavde sam došao. Idem.
Must be an incredible view from up there. Impossible to set foot on the island without being seen from 300 meters away.
Ovo je ko ovaj bre. Kako se zove? Epstein.
Good evening, sir. May I ask your name, please?
Louis Moras de Richet.
Monsieur de Richet. Delighted to welcome you among us, sir. You must be Sarah de Richet's son. I must tell you we are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible.
What can you tell me about the disappearance of my mother?
2 weeks have passed since Sir's mother went missing. All the staff here have since been busy searching every nook and cranny of the island. But Sir may rest assured, we shouldn't be long in finding her.
And just what have you found so far?
It would seem that Sir's mother may be hiding on the island and regularly changing her location. But no one seems to know why she would find this behavior necessary.
What do you mean?
On several occasions, we have found leftovers of food, a few of her things, or even traces of campsites. The reason why we're searching the wharf again is because lights were spotted there last night.
Where we are now?
Indeed, sir. According to our information, lights were seen in the middle of the night, sir. After verification, none of the guests seem to have left the manor last night. We think that perhaps Sir's mother was here.
Your skills give you access to unique choices and actions at the cost of effort points. The higher your skill level, the lower the cost of effort points. Da, sad ja mogu da ga baronišem. Ali ovo dole sa leve strane su effort poeni.
We discovered a certain amount of damage, sir, on the wooden part of the wharf.
What type of damage?
Broken barrels, mainly. We'll do whatever is necessary to have them rapidly repaired. But quite frankly, I can't imagine what Sir's mother would have been doing with them.
What could Mother have been doing with barrels?
Nevertheless, our search of the wharf hasn't been entirely unsuccessful, though.
What do you mean?
We seem to have found an object that would appear to belong to Sir's mother. A handkerchief. The handkerchief is embroidered with the initials S.D.R.
Sarah de Richet.
The conclusion that they are the initials of Sir's mother, Sarah de Richet. I have orders to give it to Lord Mortimer as soon as I see him.
I know my mother. She's not the kind to go for a midnight stroll on the wharf for nothing. I've got to find out what the hell she was doing here. Where exactly did you find the handkerchief?
On the landing dock, sir. The one you arrived by.
Sad mi je sve zatvoreno, zato što nemam dovoljno... Ali mogu ovo da iskoristim. Let me have the handkerchief, I'll take care of it.
Give me the handkerchief. I'll personally show it to Lord Mortimer.
Well,
I've traveled hard for several days in order to get here.
Yes, but...
Invited by your master.
No, of course, but...
Because my mother went
Preskočiš
missing
sve i
right
onda
under
kao...
your nose.
Sir, please.
Huh.
And having only just arrived,
čem
you
se radi?
refused to give me her personal belongings?
Of course not, sir. It was never my intention to contradict, sir. Here you are. I must return now. It is still much to prepare in order to welcome all the guests.
It is indeed your handkerchief, Mother. You must have come here for a specific reason. I need to know what it is. Let's think. What could she have been doing out here on this wharf?
Ajmo vamo. Jel sam kodeks Snamex ili nisam, bre? It's locked.
Get it open bare-handed.
Da, treba mi ovo. Ništa. Ali to je dobra stvar, to ćemo dozvimo jednom momentu. Ostalo mi je ova igra u lepom sjećanju i onda rekao ajde da je pređem.
Latin inscription. En necis, mi fili quantilia produncia mundus ergatur.
Nemam ništa.
There's no way I'm leaving without finding out about Mother.
Aj, ne treba da livuješ. Čovječe, ja sam skroz zaboravio ovo. Aha.
Looks like a bar from an old gate. This miserable old bar has been broken fairly recently. The edges are still clean, and the tip is blackened. Without analysis to the contrary, I put my money on cannon powder. This might just come in handy.
Naravno.
A sack of seeds. It's unopened. No one seems to have used any. This chest might belong to Duchess Hillsborough. Looks like the barrel's been broken for quite some time.
The barrel has been broken. Čekaj. Ako nopac da se obesim.
Apparently no one's touched it for a good long time. A lantern. Nothing special.
Pa sam da mogu da interaktujem s ovim. Ovo je 3. Znači, hoće da mi uzme 3 ova poena dole. Tako da, ajmo idemo. Nema veze. Ne mogu sjetiti kako se više vraćaju ti poeni. Valjda kad pronađeš neki vulnerability, valjda ti...
But who is this Samuel Ritter Dauchois? Who are you writing to? I don't recognize the name.
New Game Plus, huh?
Let's see what's inside this letter. So...
Dear Samuel, my stay on Lord Mortimer's island is going wonderfully well. As I find myself in such charming company, I plan to stay a few more weeks. Would you be so kind as to send me a gift that I'd like to give to our old friend Manuel Godoy? I would be most grateful. I have been told that he's going to join us here soon. I would like to mark the occasion. Thank you in advance. Yours devotedly, Sarah Faustine de Richet.
What is your game here, Mother? Secrets, always more secrets. You never talked to anyone using language like this. Something's going on here. Who is this Samuel Ritter? And for crying out loud, who is this Manuel Godoy that you keep bringing up? Think. Godoy. Manuel Godoy. Why does that name sound so familiar? I'm guessing he's a man of some importance. Spanish, I'd say. But just can't put a face to him. Well, hope we meet to talk about it soon, Mother. I don't know what you've gotten yourself into this time, but I'll bet you've got a lot to tell me.
Dobro. Ovo bih rekao da nema ništa. Pozdrav Saška. Velkomen. Evo Saškija. Ja već mogu razvalim s ovom šipkom ovo. Mogu ga setim. Sjećam se, brate, nečega. Pre 5 godina sam igrao ovu igru, ako ne jače.
Clearly, I'm not much for manual labor. Let's see if I can get it open another way.
Ma može, brate, razvaljuj.
There we are.
Tako, burazeru. Ostao sam bez effort poena, brate. Sad neću moći da uđem u vilu, ali sam razvalio kapičku. Kapička.
This wharf is used as storage for a lot of barrels. Aha. What have we here? It's cannon powder.
Evo, nema ništa. Malo se
It's unusable now.
vraćam u prošlost. Davnu prošlost. Šta ima kod tebe?
Honey, the remedy of the gods.
Brate, najslađe ti je effortless pišanje.
But it's empty. I don't know if this has anything to do with you, Mother, but if it does, at least now you're armed. Just like in my vision. And none of it's telling me anything useful. Apparently, someone on this island has gone through a whole lot of trouble to arm themselves. I really must find you, dear Mother.
Ember fragment. You just found an ember fragment. Each time you pick 4 of them, you increase your maximum effort point by 1.
Amber crystals.
Da. Ajmo sad u dvorac. Šta ima, gospođe, nema ništa.
Judging by the splinters of the wood, this floorboard has been ripped up. Yet it was in decent condition.
Luptilak, nemoj da vas je sramota.
What's the point of doing this? Probably comes from this part of the wharf. The wood is slightly eaten away, of course, but it still would have been fine if it weren't smashed. Judging by the splinters of the wood, this floorboard has been ripped up. Yet it was in decent condition. I wonder why someone ripped it up. What's the point of doing this?
Šetnja, ti ko bladi je.
Hey, there's something not right about this floorboard.
Bukvalno ko bladi, bladi sad došao iz šetnje. Isto ko bladi leže pre 12.
That does it.
Upravo to.
See what's hidden inside. There's a book and also a bag.
Evo češlj kome treba.
Mysterium Cosmographicum. I know that book well. Mother used to read passages from it to me all the time. And judging from what I can see, it's the same one as hers. For crying out loud, what's happened to you, Mother?
Češalj uzmi, brat. Manuscripts allow you to educate yourself during the adventure. At the start of each quest, you can choose What to read and gain permanent skill points. Find manuscripts by using inventory in the menu.
Let's look inside the...
Gdje su me? One skill point in science. Čekaj, šta je... Ovo je science, ili tako? Da.
A little food, a few toiletries, a small key, and some kind of black powder. An iron key completely rusted.
Take the key.
You never know. It might be useful. I hope Mother wasn't counting on it.
Ja da, ono, keva, brate.
Shit, those are definitely my mother's things.
Ostavila sebi ovdje da pobegne sa ostrova, ja došao, sve pokupio.
This bag smells of her perfume. A piece of soap, some oils, and her powder puff. What does all this mean? Some fruit, a piece of bacon, and some bread. The fruit's still firm. The bread's a bit stale. From the smell, this food's been here roughly 2 days, and if it's rationed, there's enough left to last 2 more days. The bottom of the bag is covered in black powder. And judging by its consistency, it's the same type of powder that I found earlier. This just gets better and better.
Neću da sam to...
That's enough. I think I better leave her bag here. If she hid all this, it's because she thought she might need it later.
Da.
So, let's go through this. My mother's been hiding pieces of bread between the rotten boards of a wharf in the middle of the night. That's not normal. And if that weren't enough, looks now like she's armed. Meanwhile, she also takes the time to send out letters, reassuring whoever might be interested that she's having a fabulous time here. So odd. So very odd. And that's not even all I've noticed. But maybe I ought to move on to the manor now. They'll be waiting for me. At least I hope so.
Dobro. Sad idemo na glavni događaj. Gore nas čekaju i George Washington i Napoleon.
How did Mortimer manage to build his manor at the top of a rocky outcrop? Impressive.
Ah, my son. I was looking for you.
What can I do for you, Your Eminence?
I wanted to ask you. You are the son of Sara de Riche, aren't you? You see, your mother and I were supposed to meet here on this very spot. I was supposed to hand her a very important envelope. But I haven't seen her.
If only Mother had told me why she was coming here. Anyway, I ought to take the envelope. It might have something to do with her disappearance. Listen, if it will help, you can always give it to me.
Pa kaže, confrontations. During confrontation, you have to go through several steps while being as persuasive as possible. Confrontations have consequences on the rest of the story, so don't hesitate to use your skills. Koje sam sve potrošio. Each confrontation displays an interface showing how much the person you are talking to is convinced.
Thank you, my son. I'll bear that in mind. I'd rather deal with her directly. Don't take it personally. Would you happen to know if your mother has arrived yet?
Certainly, Your Eminence. Mother got here some time ago. I was hoping to find her when I arrived, but given the hour, she must be asleep by now.
Right. I shall see her tomorrow, then.
By the way, Your Eminence, I wasn't aware you knew my mother.
Ah, if you only knew, my son. I hold your mother in the highest regard. She has rendered great service to the church, and her help is invaluable. I hope that you will follow in her footsteps.
If only she had told me where she was headed.
Nonetheless, our exchanges have always been discreet, and I should like them to remain as such. If your mother wishes to speak to you about us one day, I will not mind if she does so.
That is very commendable. But since we work together on a daily basis, it's surely just an oversight.
Most certainly. You said you work together. What do you do exactly?
Nah.
If you know my mother,
Ne bi da
you
mu
will
kažem.
understand that I cannot answer you, Your Eminence. I'm sorry, but...
Do not worry, my son. I perfectly understand, and I expected nothing less from you. Discretion and secrecy are both pillars
Ne znam šta
of
radit
the
ću ga.
organizations for which we work. You are the worthy son of Sarah.
All the same, it bothers me
Ovdje
to
je
see
samo
you upon
akcija.
Your Eminence. Is there any other solution? Look, if it's of any help, you can always leave your envelope with me, and I'll give it to her as soon as I see her.
I hesitate.
Nema
Till
priče
now,
uopšte.
we have always dealt with her in person, and that has always been successful. Do you think I should give it to you?
Fuck.
Don't worry, Your Eminence. Your secret is safe with me. You know my mother's reputation. As her son, I will defend the Dorishe's word with the same fervor.
I would expect nothing less. Listen to me, my child. If I give you the letter, can you promise me before God that no one other than
Nisu oni čuli za stop motion kad je ova igra izašla, bre. Ovo je frame drop motion. Last step. For the last step of a confrontation, you must convince the person you are talking to by giving a positive answer. If you give a bad answer, the step will repeat itself until either you give a right or you have no blunders left.
I swear by the Almighty God to honor the promise that no one but my mother shall cast her gaze upon your letter.
Good. Listen, let's stop there. I'm going to tell you a secret, Monsieur Derice. Your mother and I are organizing the escape of a large number of French priests who face a massacre organized by the accursed Republican tribunals. The church is literally being bled like a beast. Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth would have gone to the guillotine. She has made the services of your order available to us by organizing the priests' safe passage across the borders. Even if she does not share all our convictions, she always provided assistance. Young man, you can be proud to be her son. be it only for her sake. Always respect your name. Here, the letter I spoke of. It includes a list of about 15 names ready for departure. Be quick. Remember to tell Sarah when you see her that time is short.
Time is of the
Well
essence.
played. I'll decide later when I'm alone whether to look at what it contains.
Hidden elements. Many clues and items are hidden. Some of the items will have an impact on your adventure, so do not hesitate to look for item. Evo ga, bre, poruka za meni i koda, bre.
Lives of the Noble Greeks and Romans by Plutarch, a biography of the great men.
Why not?
I thought my chimney was big, but this one is beyond belief.
It's the least one can say. I've been longing for a warm fire for ages.
Since I set foot on the island, I haven't ventured more than 2 yards away from it.
Have you also just arrived?
Oh, late morning, I'd say.
Louis, come join us. Monsieur, may I introduce you to Monseigneur His Eminence, Cardinal Piaggi. He joins us straight from Rome.
Oh, just call me Your Eminence. It's simpler.
George Washington, President of the United States of America.
Delighted at last to make your acquaintance, Mr. President.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. President. Louis Moras de Riche. It is an honor to meet you.
Young man, let's keep it simple, please. Let us forget our fancy titles. Nice to meet you, Louis.
I should imagine you never thought you'd be in such company.
I must admit that I didn't. It's the first time that I've ever met so many illustrious personalities.
And you haven't seen anything yet. Generally, when Lord Mortimer organizes one of his receptions, there are over a dozen people here.
They can't all be here yet, and you'll see, most of the time there's only the upper crust.
And I noticed you were already getting to know His Eminence at the entrance. It's the perfect place to build up a network. What were you talking about, if you forgive my indiscretion?
At the risk of disappointing you, we weren't conspiring in our corner, sir. His Eminence was simply telling me that he knew my mother and how much he held her in high esteem.
It so happens that Monsieur de Riche's mother is to join us.
Oh, pity. No scrumptious gossip or juicy tidbits, unmentionable secrets, or even money matters.
George Washington tračara, brete, matora, ono.
Despite all the goodwill in the world, you can't stop people scheming left and right around here.
Speak for yourself, sir.
Well, my friends, do any of you know the reason why we're here this time?
Not in the slightest. As for me, I've been invited by Sir Horn, a close friend of Lord Mortimer, but I do not know the reason why.
You see, Louis, every time Lord Mortimer organizes a reception, he always finds a moment to set up a chat with all the guests.
During which time we remake the world.
Accompanied by gallons of absinthe and cussing. I'll leave you to imagine the result.
So, if I understand rightly, Monsieur de Riche, you've come out here to join your mother. For what reason, exactly?
Like you, Mr. President, I'm here as a result of Lord Mortimer's invitation.
2 members of the same family here. That is rare.
You know what they say. You can pick your nose, but you can't pick your family.
Seriously, though, I know your mother well.
Zvolite drugi razred,
Stay
morate
behind with me
šforovat.
afterwards, and we'll take a moment to speak about her.
Evo reče kod. Dobro sam, a neću se borim.
Washington is wearing the emblem of the Grand Master of the Golden Order. It's the highest
I?
distinction of the
Šta
order
ima
in
kod
the
tebe?
United States. It puts him on par with my mother.
Sem kopiranja
He must
Vladija.
really know his stuff when it comes to the occult.
Good evening, my friends.
Holy shit. That's the man for my vision.
An urgent case has delayed our host, Lord Mortimer. He can't be present this evening, and he sends his deepest apologies.
He's asked me here and he hasn't even turned up? Great start. Do you know that man?
Sir Gregory Holm, an English aristocrat, very influential. He's also close to Lord Mortimer, so don't be surprised if he acts like he's at home.
Dakle, pozvani smo u misterioznu vilu sa poznatim gostima i misterioznim okolnostima. What can go wrong?
You must have read my thoughts. I shall follow.
We'll have to be careful not to make too much noise. One of Lord Mortimer's guests is relaxing.
Oh, we shall be quiet.
Don't take it the wrong way,
Rajčoga.
but I've already
Kad se najmanje nadaš, samo
Thus, I
iskoči.
shall be happy to remain by the fireside.
If you don't mind, Gregory, I should like to keep Mr. Washington company.
Please feel at home. And you, sir?
If I stay with Washington, we'll be able to speak about my mother. But on the other hand, I'd like to learn more about this home. I saw him in my vision. My vision is more important. Let's follow home.
I'll follow you, sir. Mr. Washington, I hope to speak with you at greater length on another occasion. Emily, please excuse me, but I would like to speak to Sir Holm. I shall see you later.
My friend, I hope our dear Giovanni is well.
The troubles in France have fatigued him, but he will recover slowly. Do not fear.
On čeka priliku da jump
He
skeruje.
apologizes for
Ovi ovdje u
remaining
chatu.
in Rome. The voyage was too much for him.
And right he was too. The mildness of the Mediterranean, eh? Come, sit down and have something to eat, my friend. You look rather pale. Excuse me, sir. I have been neglecting my duty. I haven't introduced myself. Sir Gregory Holm, an old friend of Lord Mortimer's.
A real pleasure, sir.
You who must be well used to the court of France. How do you find this peaceful little haven?
Charming if I hadn't come here for disturbing reasons.
Yes, I heard the news. What a story.
Indeed. I wanted to ask you. Would you have any information about the disappearance of my mother?
Very little, I'm afraid, my young friend. Your mother came at the invitation of Lord Mortimer. Then one fine day, we couldn't find her anywhere.
That's it?
As I said, I don't know very much. Lord Mortimer had the entire area searched immediately. We found no clue as to her disappearance. But I am convinced that as soon as Lord Mortimer becomes available, he will explain the situation.
Thank you for your answers, Sir Holm. But I beg your pardon. I get the impression I know you. Have we met?
Except in my dreams, of course.
Not that I remember, young man. Perhaps you are mistaking me for another member of the Chamber of Lords. What with the wig and the powder, it wouldn't be the first time.
No, you were definitely the one I saw threatening my mother. I thought... Never mind. It'll come back to me. Would you allow me one last question, sir? I don't want to take up all your time.
Please, go ahead. What do you want to know?
Dobro.
Do you know the reason for my mother's presence here?
I haven't the slightest idea, no. She was invited by Lord Mortimer.
But you don't know why?
Well, not really. I was given to understand that your mother was looking for something.
And do you know how long my mother and Lord Mortimer have known each other?
Several years, I believe. They seemed to know each other for quite a while. But it was the first time that Lord Mortimer had invited her to join us here.
Good. And finally, would it be possible for me to speak with Lord Mortimer this evening?
I'm terribly sorry, no. He really is quite unavailable. But please rest assured that everyone is doing their best to find your mother.
All the same, it's not the Chateau de Versailles. It can't be that difficult to find her.
Worry not, my son. I am persuaded that we shall find the famous Sarah de Riche. No doubt with new adventures to share, huh?
No!
Elizabeth!
Elizabeth!
I should have insisted that you rest in your room.
Do you want me to call
Nagutala se dima.
let me handle this. I'm used to this kind of thing.
Thank you, Mr. Dipshay.
Miss, can you hear me?
Leave me.
Her breathing is becoming stable and her heart rate too.
Pale complexion, thin, broken nails, an enormous scar on her temple, tattoos on her hands. I don't know what happened to you, Missy, but it looks like you've been through hell.
Can you tell me something about her? Who is this young lady?
Za početak ko je?
Elizabeth Adams. She's come to the island for a course of treatment, to rest.
For a course of treatment?
That's right. Sea air can do wonders.
Jebi ga, njemu ne trebaju satovi i ostale
Do
gluposti.
you feel any better?
When did she arrive?
4 days ago.
Okay.
Tako su pre satova merili. Ko je ovo vek? 17, 18, ja mislim.
She's just regained consciousness and she immediately reaches for her brooch? I don't know exactly what it means to her, but obviously it's got to be something important.
Are you all right, Elizabeth? You gave us quite a fright.
Take it easy, miss.
Let me. I just need to get back to my
Bilo
room.
samo napad do
Of course,
panike,
my
ljudi.
dear. Go ahead. You saw it, didn't you?
Pardon me?
I segni della bestia.
Sorry, Your Eminence. I don't speak Italian.
Forget it. It doesn't matter.
Gentlemen, it's getting late. It is time for everyone to go to bed. It has been a long day.
It's all the more delicate.
I'll see what I can do, but the case I'm on at the moment might well leave me with very few opportunities.
Boga mi, Saška se sjetila, bre. Pa ti vidi. Zajebano je to sa
Well,
ženama,
I am
bre.
impressed with all this splendor.
But
Sjećaju
don't
se i da li si
spend too
stavio
much
zarez
time
ili
with
tačku.
Mr. Washington, my dear, or you'll lose your pretty accent. You seem to be intrigued by that
Cikular, a?
statue.
Absolutely. It is remarkable.
Oh, it's naughty to tell lies. Bet my life that you were talking about something totally different from the decoration of the manor. But to find out what, I should have stayed with them. Too bad.
Lord Mortimer is fond of atypical works of art. I won't disguise the fact that I find it all a little megalomaniacal. But I must say, he does have some outstanding pieces.
Sir Holm, who was that young lady with you?
Elizabeth Adams, Mr. President. She would have liked to have stayed with us, but the poor thing is exhausted.
Elizabeth Adams?
Just mentioning Elizabeth totally changed Washington's attitude. Looks like he just saw a ghost.
Miss Adams is here to rest. You have perhaps already come across her in the corridors. She arrived a few days ago.
Da sam ostao sa njim, onda bi ovaj deo priče preskočio jer i ne bi upoznao.
Rest assured, she is not here for the same reasons as yourselves. Consequently, I'm counting on your indulgence.
Ne.
Washington looks surprised, but Holm doesn't seem to see it. I wonder if he's being polite or if he really doesn't see his discomfort.
On that note, it's very late. You must be exhausted. The servant will accompany you to your rooms.
Ladies, gentlemen, I bid you all good night. Mr. President, Your Eminence, Duchess, you have the same rooms as usual. You, Monsieur de Richet, will find your room at the end of the corridor.
Well, thank you, sir.
Well, my friends, I am bone tired. I am off to my bed. See you in the morning.
Good night, sir. I shall do likewise.
Louis, I shall see you in the morning. Sleep well.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
Oh man, it's been quite a day. Right, where is my room?
Pusti tvoju sobu, druže, brate. Idemo mi malo da divljamo. Dobro. Što već ovo radi? Aha, restore 2 effort points. Pa, ajde iskoristit ćemo jedno. Ne mogu da siđem dole. Ne da mi igrica. Rajčogo, to je meni palo na pamet, bret. Ali ne da. Da, ovdje je Napoleonova soba. Poznaćemo njega malo kasnije.
Few leaves out of an old encyclopedia.
Šta kaže? Golden elixir cures all your negative alterations. You cannot carry more than 5. Press. Next skill uses free i display immunities, vulnerabilities. Što više ovih knjiga uzmemo, to ćemo, mislim, moći više, veći izbor ćemo imati kod odabira skillova. A opušteno kodeks, duga igra, bre. Devil's Thorn grants you the exalted state. You temporarily see the immunities and vulnerabilities affecting a dialogue choice in a conversation. You cannot carry more than 5. Te se ne sjećam da li sam pola od ovih stvari koristio kad sam prvi put igrao. To ti je efekt moga streama. Efekat streama moga. A mislim da ne mogu ni gore, da. Our house is a very, very, very funny house. Samo da me ne pusti da uđem u pogrešnu sobu. Op, evo ga coin.
Hey, a Russian ruble.
Rublja. Našli smo rublju. Ovo je bilo before all that bullcrap. A gdje su ti coini, brete? Ajde. Vidi ovo. Boga mi, ja bi spavao 18 sati dnevno na keca. Ne bi trepnuo. Što mi kaže igra, brate, naređi mi go to your room. Ko je ovo?
President George Washington.
Washington. Kolektor coin, ja ne znam gdje su ti kolektor coini, vred. A, evo ih. Imam ih 5. Ne znam se da li bilo šta radim sa njima ili je to ono fore radi.
Honey, I couldn't have hoped for better.
Ko je ovdje?
Senor, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Kardinal Piaggi. Ovo je moje.
Huh, that's me.
Nećemo još.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Evo ga, Manuel Godoy. Smo se mi ovdje rastali.
Duchess Emily
Evo je.
Hillsborough.
Otvaraj. Otvaraj. Crazy bitch. Igra LOL i CS, ako se ja dobro sjećam. Aha. Dobar odgovor.
Right. So what shall I do with this letter? It might be about my mother's disappearance. But if I open it, I'll be betraying Piaggi's trust. What should I do?
Open the letter without breaking the seal. Ljudi, ćemo da otvaramo pismo ili da ga ostavimo? Ja ne bih sad da ga otvaram, brate, nisam ni počeo igru, već ću napravim neku sranje. Nećemo.
Can't wait to open it, but I gave my word to Piaggi, so too bad. I'll wait until I hand it to Mother. Wow, nice room. Mortimer sure doesn't do things halfway.
Zato jastuk ima dve strane. Sa druge strane. Ovo možemo da to sjećam da mogu da izađem na terasu.
Inferno by Dante.
Dante's Inferno.
All ye who enter here. Lovely lectures Mortimer is giving to his guests. Very jolly.
Ali ćemo moći kasnije da otkučamo, čini mi se, kada budemo napravili ovaj skill. Ko ti rekao da spavaš? Jao. Ode čovjek da spava, brate. Nemamo ništa failed. Bombonica. Imamo sve success, jedino nam je alternate pet koji nismo uzeli je da odemo sa Washingtonom umjesto sa ovim Holmom. Ali jebi ga. Dobro. Sada možemo ove manuskripte. Here you can choose what to read during the adventure. Each manuscript you read confers skill points at the end of the quest. Ovo nisam našao sve, ali ovo mi daje skill points svuda. Ovo kaže ovako, one skill point in... A meni treba ovo, ja bi ovo bret. Ako imam. Nemam. Znači imam science conviction. Science je ovo. Ne. Gdje je conviction? Conviction možda. Psychology i etiquette. Da idemo gdje mi je etiquette. Adopt an appropriate behavior for every social situation. Also use... Ne. I bio je psychology ako se sjećam. A nije psychology mi ovdje. Read people... Ne, nećemo psychology. Šta smo rekli da ćemo onda... conviction... Aški.
Your turn? The servants are not very efficient.
Durocher can't be far away. They'll find her soon. Their search time is restricted, given that they must keep an eye on Adams.
I can take care of her, you know.
Yes. Well, in any case, I do thank you for bringing her to the island.
From what I've understood, the search of Durocher's room hasn't turned up any results.
Not yet, no. But we've put her son in there. Perhaps he'll find something.
That might come in handy.
Louis grows impatient at not yet having met the famous Lord Mortimer.
He will meet him tomorrow.
Oh, what a pity to lose a knight at the start of the game.
Možete zove samo na sikteruš.
A young French soldier.
During our game of chess?
Don't worry, Gregory. The game won't disappear.
Evo ga Napoleon.
Don't trouble yourself. I know my way out.
Ah, good evening, gentlemen. Please forgive me for this late hour.
It is never too late, and we have much to discuss. One last move?
Don't worry. Our games always seem to end like this.
Or always start like this. Come, come. Take a seat, my friend.
little nighttime stroll, Mr. President?
There's nothing like it for a good night's sleep.
Do not hesitate to ask a servant to show you back.
The corridors seem quite safe.
Peppermint, lime flower, and valerian. My miracle remedy when one can't get to sleep. A very good night to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And to you too, sir.
I'm coming.
Gdje si sin, legendo? Dobar dan.
Dear Monsieur de Richet, please excuse me, but I am unable.
Gdje si, legendo moja?
However, rest assured that we are doing all we can to resolve the case that concerns us. By the way, enclosed, you will find a key that will enable you to retrieve the personal effects your mother left behind.
Lord William Mortimer. Vidio ovog preokreta kakva... ovo igru sam igrao šanije. Doduše snimao sam je kao klipove na... na Gaming Freaku, ali mi je mnogo dobra igra bila.
The torture of Ixion, condemned by the gods to lose his mind because of his arrogance. Onda sam rešio da je ponovim. Evo, sačekaj, burazeru. Incredulity of St. Thomas. Why is Caravaggio
viš kod koliko čovjek nema razumevanja, vred?
Thomas looks last judgment. Why do I always get the most terrifying room?
Zavisi šta se snima.
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Lovely lectures Mortimer is giving to his guests. Very jolly.
Volim jedno i drugo. Volim da budem i na karni i na friku.
There's a circle around the lock here.
I dobio si ključ.
Mortimer was talking about.
Tako je.
The key should open it.
Tako je.
There's a note. Effects of Sœur de Richet to be given to her son, Louis. I should probably take it.
Boga mi ima jedna fina damica ovdje, vred.
All right. I've retrieved everything.
Dobro, dobio sam izgled ovaj Ember.
Again? I saw the same theme in the hall. I wouldn't like to be a Saint Francis of Assisi in ecstasy before superior voices.
Ovaj čovjek baš ima strpljenja, brete. Carbon water give you the focus state. Your next skill use will cost no effort. You cannot use it more than 5.
It always amuses me to see how art gets used for propaganda purposes.
Evo. Koliko ovo je Washington naporan, brete.
No, not in the least. Is something wrong?
I'm going to need your help. Do you remember the young lady we
Nije,
spoke
Washington
of in
je.
the hall?
Ne. Nisam.
No. What's her name again?
Elizabeth Adams. Well, she is the daughter of my friend, the Vice President, John Adams. But she is supposed to be dead.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Fair enough.
Good heavens. I was present at her funeral.
It is disturbing indeed.
Yes. I need to make sure it's her. That's where you come in. I want you to distract Elizabeth while I search her room. And perhaps get my hands on some important information. At least I hope so. Elizabeth is in the small salon. If you hurry, you can still catch her. I just need 10 minutes.
But if my vision is true, there are two men nearby discussing very important issues, and one of them looks much like Mortimer. Washington is very kind, but I came to this island for my mother, not for his ghost stories.
Count on me, sir.
Thank you, my friend. Keep Elizabeth downstairs as long as possible. She must not return to her room.
Trust me.
According to Washington, Lady Adams is in the small salon. I better hurry. Louis, you're straying from your objective.
Pa imaju vamo stepenice jebote ja. Aha, ovo.
Devil's thorn. I'll keep it.
Pa takva je igra. Svi ima opciju da se zaključuje, mislim na 30 frame-ova. Budući sad nema.
Golden elixir. I'll keep it for later.
A sad vidimo frame-ove, pa to.
Lord Mortimer certainly has a taste for staging rooms.
Vidi ga matori perverznjak.
My son. Oh, you are a godsend.
What's the matter, Your Eminence?
I believe Miss Adams may be in danger.
What do you mean?
Do you hear that? She is being manhandled in the small salon.
By whom?
I don't know exactly. A thug, a
Gdje nije primetio čovječe, on nije ni počeo stream, već je pitao šta je s frame-ovima.
French revolutionary government. You should do something, my son.
Shit. I was supposed to make sure Adams wouldn't go back to her room. Don't worry, Your Eminence. I'll take care of it. Probably nothing to worry about.
Do you want me to call for help?
Please don't do anything. I'm sure with a little goodwill, everything will work out fine. Don't go and wake up the whole manor, please.
Pa to ja kažem, ja vidim ovako kada je baš ono, ali ja razliku između 90 i 144 ne vidim. Multiple paths. There are multiple paths to reach your objective. It may be a good idea to think twice before embarking on the path on the first path you come to.
Me, sir.
If we were in France, I'd have sent you to the guillotine for what you just said.
Please, just let me go back to my room.
Hey, you! Stay out of it! This is none of your business. I'm gonna teach this little slut how to behave.
What the hell is going on?
Huh? I don't think you know who I am.
Stop. I beg you. I didn't mean to. Don't hit me, please, sir.
Shit. If I step in, Adams might just run back to her room. And if I do nothing, yes, Washington will have enough time to search, but this girl's gonna suffer. Damn it. What should I do?
You filthy whore!
I apologize. Have mercy. Please have mercy. No! No!
I apologize. Nah, nah, nah. Mercy, have mercy. Nah, nah, nah. Where's that smart mouth now? I'll teach you a little respect. Huh?
Look, you dumbass! Are you deaf? She said she was sorry.
Call me that again.
Leave her alone.
Are you looking for a slap, Sonny?
Nećemo.
That's what I thought. Now get out! I have to deal with this dirty slut.
Ali sam rešio situaciju i jebo sam u kevo, bred.
Well, did you get time to search the room?
Yes, I found out many things.
Good.
Did Elizabeth give you any trouble?
Elizabeth? No.
Well, you could have mentioned she was with a raving maniac, huh?
Yes, I'm
What do you mean?
She was with a Frenchman. He was about to beat her when I arrived.
What the devil are you talking about?
I thought he was gonna kill the poor girl.
Did you intervene?
I did what was necessary to give you enough time to search her room.
Good work, my friend. I knew that I could count on you.
So tell me,
Pa ja se čepim Washingtonu nego dobijem batin od nekog Francuza.
Yes. What I found is likely to upset you.
What do you mean by that?
I'm your mother.
Elizabeth is indeed the daughter of John Adams.
Why pass her off as dead?
I found her medical file. It appears that for many years, your mother was her personal doctor. From what I read,
Opa.
she behaved more like a butcher than a doctor.
What are you talking about? I'm not
Pusti
a
ga,
child.
pusti
What's
ga da
going on
objasni.
here?
John believed that his daughter
Aha.
was possessed. He appealed to your mother to save her, but the treatment she inflicted on the
Ima
poor
taj kartuni
child,
look.
my God.
Look, stop beating around the bush. What exactly did she do to her?
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
My mother would never do something like that.
But she did. And with the blessing of the Order.
No, she wouldn't go that far. Prove it. Show me that file.
I left it in her room so as not to arouse suspicion.
My mother is not a monster.
I do not doubt that your mother meant well, but the techniques described in the file, it is pure torture.
Please, I need some time alone.
I have seen some horrors in my time, but if what is written in these damned documents is true, be brave, my boy.
Opet go back to bed, brate. Ko šta radi, ja spavam.
Saturn devouring his son. Good God, how awful. Everything is pain is disturbing. It's the first time I've
Pa
seen
izgleda,
documents like this.
brate. Rajču go i u igri mi ne gine da spavam ko u real life-u. A i ko Saška. Life's a bitch. And then you die. Vidio sam te govance malo. Čujem neko dete plače, brate, ne znam moj klinac ili nije, neko je dole.
That's not the right way.
Ovo je Elizabeth. Open the door, Elizabeth. Jesmo se dugo vidjeli.
Your
Your Eminence, what are you doing here?
I was worried about you, my son.
Brate, neki maturi perverznjak, kolega. The injustice is the man.
Could have been worse. Let's say that Miss Adams will remember it for a couple of days.
What? Did you not intervene?
Of course not. What did you want me to do? That thug could have snapped me in half in 2 seconds.
So, you prefer to let that fragile young lady take a beating rather than risk getting slapped around a bit yourself? Mr. Derice, your mother would not have been proud of you.
Listen, next time it happens, join me instead of hiding behind the door. If you're gonna talk big, back it up.
You should be ashamed. I will pray for your soul, my son. My son, I have another problem. I wanted to speak to you about something important. Do you still have my letter on you? The one I gave you in the hall?
Why do you ask?
I have a name to add to it.
Here it is.
Thank you, my son. Ah, I see that it's still sealed. I was right to put my trust in you, Louise. Now, give me 1 second, please. I can't imagine what would have happened if I hadn't added this name to the list. Please be sure to give this letter to Sarah the moment you see her.
You can count on it.
Have a good night.
A, reci kakav je se zajeba. Doduše nisam imao onaj skill da ga zavarim nazad.
I'm exhausted. I better go to bed.
Jebote, u sat i po vremena već 2 put spava.
Mother stayed here right before me. You never know. And Mortimer had better show up.
Ja, vidiš, failed, ispao sam pička pred ovim likom. Idi, brate. Da, imaš i skill 3 kao, imaš taj kao light RPG moment.
In my vision yesterday I saw that Mother had this room before me. I'd better search the room. Who knows? Maybe she left me something behind.
Ja, sada mogu na primjer da uzem još neki skill tako što ću da pretočim ovu neku knjigu koju sam našao. Mogu kao da je pročitam i onda mi da. Znači ima psychology, etiquette i science. Šta je beše šta? Science, dobro već imam. Etiquette imam već 2, brate. A psychology je ovo ovdje. Ovo mogu sam da upgradeujem pošto sam izabrao klasu detektiva. Ovo mogu da upgradujem pomoću ovih knjiga, znači mogu da upgradujem science. Pa mogu i ovo, ajde etiket ćemo da... To. Inventory full.
Nothing.
Dobre, ne mogu ponovo da spavam.
Writing material. From what I see, no ink's ever been used on this quill. The smell reminds me of something. It smells like lemon. That's odd. I haven't even had time to unpack my cases.
Sad mogu recimo da kažem, a ne moram, u stvari neću to da radim. Mogu da idem napolje na terasicu. Vide terase.
This room looks unoccupied. A Byzant from the Byzantine Empire.
Što više skupljam ovih novčića, to dobijem veći XP na kraju nivoa.
Starlight water will give me a little reprieve.
Dobro.
Here's something will undermine my botanist's appreciation for the local climate.
Someone's picked some lemons.
I'd be surprised if my mother didn't help herself to a few. She was always going on about the surprising properties of lemons.
Dobro, sad bih mogao ovako. I da uzmemo ovo.
Great.
Tako. Mada i ovo je royal jelly. Nekako. Ovo isto moja soba, čini mi se. Samo onaj drugi deo, da.
Priest robe, crosses. Must be Piaggi's room.
Look, markings on the floor. Just a bit worn out. I was hoping to find something leading to a secret past.
Oh, this bookcase is well stocked.
Oh, this book has been put back the wrong way round.
A Voyage Around the World, the travel log of the explorer Louis-Antoine de Bougainville.
One of Mother's favorite books. What a coincidence.
And I don't believe in coincidences. It's just too much. I don't know what's going on here, but if you felt threatened, I'll bet you'd leave a clue, wouldn't you, Mother?
Found it. A faint sign of the order, barely visible. Mother, you undoubtedly must have hidden a clue in this book. Let's see if I can find anything else in this room.
Uf, rajču.
Think.
Koji će ti kurac zelena salata, brat?
Let's recap. My mother was in this room. I found a rare edition of her favorite book. She must have left something behind.
Prijatno, rajčegice.
She must have used the writing materials. The quill has been used, but not with regular ink. What if she used lemon juice instead? An old trick used to hide messages. A message using invisible ink. I bet you used a limit to leave a message. Now, how do I reveal the message?
Drage volje, bret.
The message is illegible. I have to keep searching.
Da, sjećam se ovog dela, sad moram da provalim. Kako da pročitam tu njenu poruku? Samo da ne napravim neko sranje.
Saint Jerome and the Angel. Yet again, art with Saint Francis of Assisi, Saturn devouring his son. Again? I saw the same theme in the hall. I wouldn't like to be his son.
Čekaj.
Ah, secret writing. Many people use this method for their secret correspondences. Light the flame and the ink appears.
Stavi čovjek cijelu sveću, brete, u...
Nothing.
Cijelu sveću čovjek stavi u džep, brete.
Dear Monsieur de Richie.
Pa ti vidi, brazero.
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here. A serious mess here. It's not good. Might have worked if the writing had left marks in the paper, but no. There's only traces of lemon. Luckily, I've only put ash on part of the message. Aha! It's working! The heat reveals the message. Let's see what my mother wrote. Where all eyes size you up, you must pass by the Gorgon. Gorgon was the name of Medusa in Greek mythology. On the other hand, where all eyes size you up, I don't get it. And judging by the number of paintings in the manor, could be anywhere. Damn! The message continues, but thanks to me, the rest of the text is unreadable. Great. I hope it wasn't a unique edition or Mother's gonna kill me. Now I better hurry and find that damn Medusa.
Sir, dinner is served in the red salon.
Typical. I'm not hungry. Please give my apologies to all the guests.
Sir Holm requests your presence, sir.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to wait before going and looking for my Medusa.
Tell him I'll be there in a minute.
If I get a chance, I may have to take a little tour through the rooms of the other guests.
Sve tiče, možemo I sad, bret.
Might be better to take a different stairway.
Pa on treba mene da pusti,
That must be
brete.
the door to the room of the soldier I saw in my vision.
Ja, treba mi ovaj skill, jebote. Šta na aparatima? Spremaš se za gostovanje, a? Ja beš još ne mogu gore, jel tako? Pa kako? Stupid game!
That's the door to Elizabeth's room.
Može.
For God's sakes, what happened in here?
Ooh. Ali smo neuredni, brate.
A chest with a half circle pattern.
Nije, pa našli smo ključ za ovo.
An untutored hand copied these notes. Looks like a healing method. Well, that's a pity. The writing is barely legible.
Ništa, je samo uzmi pa ćemo da analiziramo kad naučimo da čitamo.
My dear Elizabeth, I'm writing to inform you of some unfortunate news. We won't be able to meet as planned on the first Sunday of May. I've been told that you're no better, and, unfortunately, your brothers and I are absolutely snowed under by the work required to govern this new country. Please excuse us. As soon as we can get free, even if it's just for a day, I promise we shall come and see you. Your loving father, John Adams. P.S. Don't hold it against your mother. She still isn't ready. Please don't judge her. I'm sure you'll be able to put all of this behind you one day.
Okay.
Looks like I found a box containing some kind of white crystals.
Aj sad čekaj. Pravo. Da vidimo šta ima ovdje, bre. Pre nego što se stondiram.
A novel of the initiation of a young woman into polite June 11th, 1791. My dear Elizabeth, your last letter gave me much cause for concern. Your words were so cold, as if emotions no longer matter to you. Father maintains that the secondary effects of your treatment still trouble you, but that they will soon subside. Should I believe him? I cling to the belief that we shall soon see each other again, at long last. Right soon. Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. Don't forget to tell me what present you want. August 24th, 1792. Elizabeth, I'm driven to despair and doubt there is any point in writing to you. I'm not even sure you'll receive my letters. Father controls my correspondence more and more. I am certain he filters our exchanges. Thankfully, one of the chambermaids is able to help me get my letters to you. But they still remain unanswered. I often think about you and pray every day to be able to hold you tight. We have so much time to make up. I beg you.
Izgleda kao da priča o našoj Kevi.
Your loving sister, Abigail. P.S. That horrible woman came again yesterday. She spent a long time speaking with Father. I didn't understand everything because they spoke in French, but I'm sure they were talking.
They were talking about you.
3rd November, 1791. My dear sister, the cancellation of our reunion hit me like a stab to the heart. Father told me it was for your well-being, but I can't help but blame him. He claims that your condition has worsened and that it could be dangerous for both of us if we met. If only I knew where you were, believe me, I'd be at your side. I haven't received any news from you and...
Ono ne zna ni gdje je ovom. Spava ko programer, ko developer. Ja beše mogu da izađem napolje, ne mogu. Ništa, ajde onda da se ufiksamo.
Looks like I found a box containing some kind of white crystals. Well, let's see what it tastes like. Ugh. I really need to stop tasting everything I find now.
Dobro. Ćemo opet, a? Ne to. Ne to. Ovo. And we're back. Young man, what the fuck were you doing in that room?
President George Washington.
O, neće da mi zameri, bret.
Let no one disturb me. I'm busy.
Too bad. I'll see him later.
Kako on je na večeri, bret? Dobro. Ovo je moja soba.
Huh, that's me.
This is my room.
Might be better to take a different stairway.
Dobro, to ćemo i da uradimo. Da nemam ključ.
Excuse me, Monsieur de Richet. I really need to talk to you.
Is this about last night?
No, that was just a misunderstanding. I'm sure it was a little bit my fault, too.
There's no excuse for that man's horrible behavior. You ought to tell Sir Home.
Look, the only thing that I care about is that I've lost something precious. I'm not worried about Jacques Peru.
I'm sorry. I should have stopped him from beating you.
What's done is done. It was my fault, not yours.
Don't say that. It's never the victim's fault. Look at your eye.
My eye's nothing. Last night, I found out that your mother was on the island. What are you doing here?
My mother came here to do business with Lord Mortimer, but she seems to have gone missing. So I'm here to find her.
Opa.
I know your mother very well.
If I understand rightly, you share a common past?
Are you saying I've made it all up? You can ask her when you see her.
Huh, she's getting more and more agitated.
And next you're going to tell me my mother's also responsible for that scar on your head?
My heart stopped twice during the operation. I lost my memory for 6 months. You obviously have no idea of the abuse your mother inflicted on me.
Wait. There must be some kind of mistake.
My only mistake was ever meeting your mother.
She's able to describe every detail without hesitation or getting flustered. It's becoming difficult not to believe the poor girl.
Look, I've got to go.
Wait. I need to know more about you and my mother. Why did she put you through all of that? There must be some reason for what she did.
What's the point of rubbing salt in the wounds?
You're right. I don't want this conversation to turn into an interrogation. You've suffered enough already. I respect your silence. Please excuse me.
Well, thank you.
Kad si tako dobar, sad ću ti kažem sve.
I know your little game. You're no different from the rest of them. You couldn't give a damn about me. The only thing you're interested in is finding out about your mother.
Don't say that. Not everyone wants to use you. Some people care about you, don't they? Haven't you got a sister?
Abigail.
Yes.
I'm sure she loves you with all her heart.
She's the only one who cares about me. I would have put an end to it all by now if it weren't for her. Since you insist, I'll tell you how I met your mother.
Thanks for trusting me.
You see, before I was born, my mother often suffered from hallucinations and fits of anger. Soon people could barely recognize her. She became a completely different person. So my father spent an enormous amount of money paying for the best doctors, but none of them were able to cure her. The last resort was to call a priest.
So, is that what your father did?
No. He went to an expert in the occult.
Ah, my mother.
Her reputation already extended beyond our borders. My mother's fits stopped at my birth, and Sarah de Richet concluded that the evil had passed into me. Not only did it encourage her to stay, but she took the opportunity to advise my father to separate me from the rest of my family. That's how I was declared stillborn. My fate was decided that very day.
It would coincide with my mother's frequent trips to America.
I had my first fit when I was 3. That's when your mother began her experiments to rid me of the evil inside.
I understand how you feel, but I know my mother. I'm sure she had her reasons, even if it seems difficult to believe.
Everything she put me through was all for nothing. My whole life was ruined for nothing.
So what brings you here then?
My father used to know Sir Holm. He offered to introduce me to the world's leading authority in the occult.
Lord Mortimer.
He was my last hope. Until I found out he had also invited your mother.
It's got to be a coincidence. I don't believe for a second she's coming for you.
You can't change my mind about this, Louis. My days are numbered, and I know it.
Ne, ti već igru Chapter 1 ili onaj Crime and Punishment? Ali taj Chapter 1 je dobar, jebet. Ima ga, mislim, na kanalu.
What can I do for you, sir?
Gdje si, matri?
I am at your service day and night, sir.
I would like to speak about your master, Lord Mortimer.
Do please excuse me, sir, but I shall make no comment about my master. Is there anything else that sir would like to know?
What can you tell me about the guests?
Do excuse me, sir, but I am bound by discretion to say nothing about Lord Mortimer's guests, sir. Perhaps sir would like to know something else?
Yes. Can you briefly describe the ground floor, please?
Very well, sir. On the ground floor, there are mainly living rooms. Sir finds himself at present in the Grand Hall. From the Grand Hall, Sir can access, on one side, the small salon, where the guests like to relax with a good book. From there, Sir can access the conference room, which is closed at present for preparation. That is where Lord Mortimer likes to gather all of his guests for talks. From the other side of the Grand Hall, Sir may access the dining room. That is where Sir's meals will be served. From the dining room, Sir may benefit from an exceptional view overlooking the island. It is also the best way to access the portrait gallery, where a large part of Lord Mortimer's works are exhibited. And in the gallery, Sir will also find access to the garden. But Sir may be reassured the building is accessible on both sides, so that it surrounds the garden in question. So, Sir should not find cause to worry. No one has ever gotten lost.
Šokirao se želudac kad je uletelo nešto zdravo.
What's on the first floor?
The first floor is reserved for guests, sir. That is where Sir will find his private rooms. The main corridor leads around the building. 3 stairways will enable Sir to return to the ground floor.
O ja imam običaj da radim tako, brate, ne idem ceo dan i onda se najdem ko prase, bre.
Thank you very much.
I onda se pitam što imam 380 kila, bre.
Yes. What can I find on the second floor?
That floor is strictly reserved for Lord Mortimer, sir. In the west wing on the second floor are his private chambers. In the east wing are the rooms reserved for Lord Mortimer's personal guests. At the moment, these rooms are reserved for Sir Holm, sir. But only authorized guests may access that area. Does Sir have any more questions?
What is outside on the island exactly?
Lord Mortimer has made a point of keeping the main part of the island in its natural state, sir. For security reasons, only the wharves and the gardens are accessible to guests. If Sir would like to walk along the wharves, he has only to follow the pathway used upon his arrival. If he would like to walk in the interior gardens of the manor, I would advise Sir to pass through the portrait gallery. May I help Sir in any other way?
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
Amber.
My good fellow, would you have any amber available?
I would. But unfortunately, I don't think I am authorized to give it out, sir. I believe it is a precious stone.
What's that book you're hiding in your jacket?
The Sorrows of Young Werther by Goethe, sir. And I am not hiding it.
Hand it to me, please.
It is damaged, sir. I would never dare lend Sir a book in such a pitiful state, sir. I took it to restore.
Yeah, brate.
You wouldn't have a little golden elixir I could use, would you?
Oh, unfortunately, sir, I have orders not to give any of that medicine to any of Lord Mortimer's guests. Some guests are here to follow a very strict treatment. Mixing or combining certain substances would be dangerous for Sir.
That's fine. I have no intention of swallowing this remedy. You see, I generally use it to put the shine back on my shoes. But maybe you'd rather I ask permission from Lord Mortimer. Where is he? I'd like to tell him about my shoe problem.
Sir need do nothing of the sort. There is no reason to disturb Lord Mortimer with this small matter.
As you wish.
Here you are, sir.
Hvala.
I hope sir will have enough with one bottle, as I haven't any more.
Oh, I'll make do. It's good of you to get this much.
May I do anything else for sir?
Nema šta još ima. Ovo.
A little Carmelite water would do me a lot of good. Could you find me some, please?
Oh, the tonics are under lock and key, sir. Lord Mortimer only allows access to them in cases of emergency.
A neće bez veze da trošim ove... Da ga pitam za...
I still haven't quite recovered after that boat crossing.
Devil's Thorn.
Would you happen to have any Devil's Thorn by any chance?
I am sorry, sir, but the devil's thorn may be just a plant, but it is also a powerful psychotropic drug that causes undesirable diuretic effects. I would advise against sir taking any.
A little Carmelite water would do me a lot of good. Could you find me some, please?
Oh, the tonics are under lock and key, sir. Lord Mortimer only allows access to them in cases of
Ovo
emergency.
jesu kao malo ono, ređi.
What? That's the last straw. Lord Mortimer himself asked me to take the sea to join him here. I accepted out of kindness. The voyage was undertaken in conditions that I prefer not speak about. And then at long last I arrive and you refuse me a simple flask of Carmelite water?
No, sir, I...
Your name. Tell me your name.
Here, sir, your Carmelite water. Please accept my sincerest apologies. If sir requires anything else whatsoever, sir has only to ask.
Dobro, nemamo ništa više. Protraći sat vremena časkajući slikom, bre. Ja, brate, da će bude diskusije s ovima, trebalo je sačuvamo ovo.
Dear friends, I bid you welcome. I hope the night was not too short. Your Eminence, Duchess, Monsieur de Richet, allow me to introduce our new guests. They arrived during the night. Johann Christoph von Wollner, Minister of Religious Affairs and close aide of Frederick William II, King of Prussia. Napoleon Bonaparte, Lieutenant of the French Revolutionary Army. And Jacques Peroux, French Revolutionary Tribunal Judge. Unfortunately, my friends, Lord Mortimer will not be joining us this morning, but he should be with us later. So, let us begin.
What is Mortimer playing at? He tells me to come urgently and he sends no one to meet me?
Who does not know of her, sir?
Huh. Peru looks totally out of place here.
15 years ago.
He's counting the 10 sets of cutlery around each plate? The man is completely lost.
Thank you again for the wine, Your Eminence. It is served every day at the King's.
Pećinski čovek.
I am delighted.
Volner and Piaggi seem to be getting along well.
Ajčugice, kad kreće Days Gone, bre? Brat moj.
Glad to make landfall at last. And yourself?
Very well.
And your husband?
He's poorly. The French Revolution gives him terrible headaches.
Oh, I understand. I shall feel better too as soon as the situation is settled.
If by chance the French crisis is emulated in Berlin, there will always be a refuge for you in London, my dear.
Your offer does you honor, Emily. But London is much closer to Paris than Berlin, Beware. The French are capable of sailing up the Thames straight to the Houses of Parliament.
Oh, my friend, I am shaking in my clogs.
Is the wine to your liking?
Very much so, Sir Gregory. Such complexity. Typically French. A Sauterne, isn't it?
Absolutely.
If I'm not mistaken, this is not Lord Mortimer's favourite wine. It is yours.
In his absence, I have taken the liberty of making a slight deviation from the rule, but I count on your discretion.
Don't worry, I appreciate the same grape varieties as you. I remember the last time we tasted that nectar here at this table. The finest minds of the century were present.
And the last time we drank it, the orphanage in Bloomsbury was still in ruins.
Would you repeat that?
Oh, well, I put some small effort into the works. The orphanage reopened just before Christmas. The bedrooms, washrooms, and the classrooms had all been refurbished.
I don't know what to say. You have given the girls a wonderful Christmas gift. Thank you.
I made a promise. Now it is done.
It's the first time I've ever seen her so moved. Just mentioning that orphanage broke right through Emily's hard shell.
Is everything all right?
Yes, thank you. I had a moment of absence, but here I am again.
Show us your teeth.
My lord, I only know the prestige of your name. Might I have the honor of getting to know you a little better?
You are Monsieur...
Louis Moras de Richet.
De Richet. De Richet. A name with a nobiliary particle. Are you descended from a noble line?
Yes, I heard the news. What a story.
The presence of a particle does not necessarily mean a person belongs to the nobility, nor does it prevent the observance of the rules of etiquette, Monsieur von Bonner.
My friend.
Have you any information on this Napoleon?
Who does not know of her, sir?
What do you think, madam? What is this Bonaparte doing here?
The presence of a soldier is never a good sign. It can only mean there's going to be further war. To answer your question, I only know that his family were in favor of the revolution, and that it almost cost them their lives.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Please feel at home.
Monsieur
Pusti GTA, kad kreće da izganuje?
We have common interests.
Da se spremimo za 27. Moramo se obrijem, brate, mnogo počela mi Srbija, brada.
Lord Mortimer and the Golden Order, through your mother, have concluded a financial agreement.
Stay composed, Louis. I'm listening.
Za svaki slučaj.
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on behalf of your mother. You must know that I am...
You have used 4 consumables items during a single quest or consumed a noxious dialogue timer is no longer available.
Deeply sorry about their disappearance, but I must validate the deal urgently if I want to be able to organize things properly.
I haven't seen
Između
Lord
ostalog.
I'm afraid I'll be unable to answer your questions.
To je sad
He
popular.
assured me that you could replace your mother during her absence.
I appreciate his confidence, but still, this is a bit hasty. But please continue.
Of course, but I need to know if I can count you among my allies.
Well, of course.
And for that, I have a little question for you. The agreement stipulates an aid of 50,000 louis d'or for 200 cannon.
I've only just taken over the affair. The agreement will be considered null and void until we've gone through it together. Is that clear?
All right, you seem to know what you're doing. I have one last question I would like to pose to you.
Ajde, požuri.
We don't know each other yet, you and I.
Nemaš
And I
50
need to make
sekundi.
sure that we both share the same vision for the future of France. Given the hard times that have befallen our beautiful country, what do you think it would take to restore its luster?
Ja, dobro, ovo je immunity.
Let the people make their own choices.
You are joking, I hope. The people are simply not capable of taking charge, don't you see? They are an uneducated mob who react on the spur of the moment, incapable of providing a coherent vision for the good of the country.
Fuck.
The revolution was a good thing, but it gave birth to a monster. We must overthrow the new system in place.
Ah, you are right. Monsieur de Richet, I am reassured. I am very happy
Right
to
to
have met you.
go. Gotcha, days
Lord Mortimer was right to put
gone.
his trust in you. I hope to work with you in the
Achievementi
very near
pršte.
future. I would like to thank you for your support.
Persuade
by
Napoleon
offering
that he
this
can trust you.
humble little gift.
Reflections on the Revolution in France.
Mr. Bonaparte, I thank
To
you
je
for
ona
this
Polana,
gesture.
bre, u
Please know
u
that I
šaci ga
too
držim.
am delighted to have met you.
My friends, I would like to say a few words, please. I would like to thank Lord Mortimer and you, Sir Holm, for bringing us all together here. Those of us for whom it is not the first time here, like me, are all trembling in sweet anticipation of the arrival of our host. For the rest, I would like to reassure you that Lord Mortimer always has a few surprising projects to propose. But I can assure you that each and every one of us has always benefited from them. The last time I
O,
came
desi se skinjo, čoveče,
Lord
ne
Mortimer
vidim te u
offered to
šumi
help me
ovih
in my electoral campaign
Stream
for the
Labsa, jebot.
presidency of the United States.
Ne znam ni kad si pisao, burazeru,
That
ovaj.
his support was an invaluable aid to us.
Gdje si,
We are
legenda?
here among like-minded people. So let us put aside the conflicts in which some of our nations find themselves at present. So I raise my glass in honor of you all, my new and old friends.
I trust you shall not be disappointed, Mr. Washington.
Aj, živjeli. O! Fuck.
Right, we shall meet again tomorrow.
Pustio
All
sam
the
joystick.
guests will be present, as well as Lord Mortimer, I hope.
Ima je do 2-3
Until then,
minuta.
I trust you will find plenty to keep you amused.
Fuck. I could have searched Napoleon's room. Pa nisam, bre. Ja hoću ovo, bre. Vidi, mogu ovo. Kaže, Bladi, popij nešto, evo, Bladi.
All right, let's recap. Before dinner, I was going to investigate my mother's message. I've got to find the place where all eyes size you up.
Da vidimo, politics, psychology, etiquette, science, politics, express your grasps, geopolitical situation, interests and diplomatic relations, etiquette. Ovo smo već otišli na level 2, brate, tako da ne bih da... Šta imamo? Psychology, etiquette, politics i science. Ajmo na politics. Šta ima se skinio, bato? Si mi baban. Idemo dalje. Mislim da mi igra dužna tonu stvari, vidite koliko sam potrošio svega i svačega ovdje sada. Na ove jebene razgovore.
Well, Your Eminence, do you still have any room left?
Ah, my son, the sin of gluttony is the most difficult of all in my eyes.
Finale, da, ti izbeš i trenirao rukomet, tako beš.
I'm delighted I was able to talk to Mr. von Wollner. We hadn't spoken to each other for
Evo, malo želeo se ove igre, vrati, nisam igrao. Mislim, igrao sam je kad izašla, 2018. 19. i nešto mi pada na pamet, mogo bi opet da prevalim u streamu.
Indeed, I noticed that you and Mr. Bonaparte had already begun.
I adapt quickly to local customs. It's what I was taught.
No, lagana, chill varijantu, živancija.
But tell me, have you had any news of your mother since your arrival?
Alas, still nothing, Your Eminence. But I still haven't been able to meet Lord Mortimer.
Do not worry. It is typical of him. What can I say? Lord Mortimer is a very busy man. I should think you are beginning to worry.
To tell you the truth, not really.
You are right. Be positive. Perhaps Sarah is in the company of Lord Mortimer, and they will both turn up shortly.
But while I have you with me, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, Louis. What can I do for you?
As I haven't visited all the manor yet, I wondered if you hadn't seen a Medusa by any chance.
I beg your pardon?
Yes, la Gorgogne, the Medusa from Greek mythology. Would you have seen one in any shape or form?
Not at all, my son. I'm not sure what you're getting at, but unfortunately, I'm not going to be of any use to you.
Thank you anyway, Your Eminence. I won't take up any more of your time. On that last word, I shall leave you to fight your demons. See you later, Your Eminence.
Chilijana,
See you later, my son.
Bukvalno Chilijana. Hvala.
The lock is surrounded by a triple circle.
Znao sam da mi treba to, bre. Znao sam da mi treba to, bre, bato. Sad sam, bre, mafijaš a la carte. Ma sve sad otvaraj, brate. 4 ember fragments. Increase your maximum effort. Idemo. Key, vidim okult simbol, to je vjerojatno bilo da se otključa ovo.
Circe.
A ovdje mi se čulo nešto, evo ga.
A drachma.
Drahma.
Dining on ham. Well, that's very appetizing. A swine in a salon. That's an odd choice of decor. Romney painted Lady Hamilton as Circe.
Kako pucketa vatrica.
Discourse on the Method by Descartes. This book changed the way I looked at the world. Circe turning Ulysses' companions back into humans. Ulysses and Circe at the table. If I were you, Ulysses, I wouldn't drink the wine. The conversion of Ulysses by Gurs.
Ovdje sam ušao, ajde izađemo tamo na drugu stranu. Tako je, bret. Nije prazan chat.
Actress, the Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from...
Važi se skinja, brete, hvala što si svratio. Hvala, brate, vidimo se.
A few pages out of an old encyclopedia.
Nećemo sad da se stvorimo.
Where all eyes size you up. Chances are, that's the room my mother spoke of. And she also spoke of a Medusa. Should I go and try to find the creature now?
Što da ne?
Liberty or death? Ah, painting by Ang.
Victory or death?
Dining with Louis XIV. The king's posture is surprising. It's almost as if he's addressing someone in the assembly. Christ Crucified by Velasquez. Look, someone's left a note there. Reserved for the Duke of Alquidia.
Čekaj, gdje ti je note? Ovdje. Vidi palačinke, vrit. A, vidi note, stvarno. Da, ovo je Last Supper.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost. A meeting between Louis XIV and Philippe V. Amber crystals.
Idemo, amber kristali, bat.
The Fall of Phaeton. Another painting by Rubens. The Song of Roland. François Ier. Receiving the Holy Family.
Još jedan Amber Crystal.
Amber.
Tako se to radi. Ajmo sad ovamo.
A painting with no name.
Evo je meduza. Ali čekaj. Unlock.
I'll keep it. Find out what Mother was trying to do with her. The Medusa. A hero armed with a sword? A hero with a lantern.
It was a bisha.
Last one holding a shield. I'll stake my life on it. All the statues form a single scene together. The poor devils are about to face the beast. Let's give them a helping hand.
Ne, holding a shield.
The Origin of Myths, a reinterpretation of legendary creatures. Just what I need. The text is in French on the left-hand page and in Latin on the right hand. Let's find the chapter on the Medusa. Hang on. This version is significantly different from the regular one. It recounts how men have always belittled women in society. Harpies, mermaids, the chimera, the hydra, the gorgons. The section on the Medusa. While some of the heroes divert attention from the gorgon, the hero with the sword brandishes his weapon at the Medusa.
Dobro, znači sad znamo da ovaj sa mačem. Vidiš. Čekaj da vidimo ovog sa mačem.
This hero is the only one holding a weapon. It seems obvious that he's the one whose job is to cut off her head. So, sword toward the Medusa. Now, Louis, it's time to keep a logical mind, as every good scientist should. The aim is to defeat the Medusa, so what can the lantern be for? To light up the Medusa? Hardly likely. The hero holding the lantern will be easy prey, and the shield will be of no use. To light up the sword? No, that makes no sense. So that leaves the shield. I wonder if the aim is to play with the light. If I turn the shield right, the light would be reflected. The ray of light will perturb the Medusa and focus her attention on the best protected hero. If I respect the legend, I have to place the hero holding the shield in front of the Medusa. Except for here, it doesn't work. There must be something else.
On već jeste, ja mislim. Aha.
Let's think. To vanquish the beast,
The statues have to be lined up in a specific order. What can this shield be for? To protect its holder? Why not? But in that case, what's the lantern for? Step back and take a second, Louis. Be logical, but open-minded. Think outside the box. Nobody said a statue has to have only one use. I wonder if the lantern was to distract the Medusa. This shield can both protect the holder and also reflect the light from the lantern to distract the beast. In other words, I'll have to make an angle of 90 degrees between the lantern and the Medusa by turning the shield to face the sword. If Mortimer's the one who thought of all this stuff, then honestly, he must have a screw loose. Crazy idea.
Worth a shot. Let's go. Whoa!
For Pete's sake, Emily! You scared the pants off me.
Aha,
Well, keep your nose out of my business then.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stop fooling around and tell me what you're doing here.
Oh yeah? So tell me what you're doing here.
Yeah, just like me.
Probably, but I asked the question first.
Well then, we'll pretend you haven't asked me yet.
What about a little gallantry, Louis? Come on, I'm listening. What are you doing here?
Watch.
Since you insist, Duchess, gallantry obliges this. Ladies first.
You just won't give in, will you?
I'm sorry, madam. It isn't in my nature.
Well, no matter. I'll tolerate your presence this one time. Now, since you're here, make yourself useful. Look around on your side. I'll do the same on mine. And if you find anything of interest, let me know.
Oh yeah, in your dreams.
At your service, madam.
Pa neću.
A golden fleece.
It's freezing. Hurry up.
Do you think that can really be Jason's golden fleece?
No. You are aware that Jason and the Argonauts is a myth, aren't you?
But Mortimer's been protecting this hide. It must be of great value, don't you think?
Certainly of historical value. This kind of hide is still used by gold diggers in Eastern Europe. Now you see how easy it is to obtain a legend.
Why do you have to act so nonchalant every time I show you something?
Louis, anyone can kill a sheep, rip off its hide, and say it's the golden fleece.
We're at Lord Mortimer's, not at some farmyard fair. You're just too skeptical.
And you have a tendency to believe anything. Talk about an unlikely pair.
Yet, you know opposites attract, don't you? An unofficial gospel? You'd be more likely to find this kind of book at the Vatican.
Nothing special. The library at Buckingham has 3.
I bet you've read them cover to cover.
Naturally.
Really? I'm curious. Tell me, what part stood out the most to you?
The passage where Mary says to Joseph, "Hey, you, shut up."
In other words, you haven't even opened one.
Dobro. Stolpi.
Hey, Mortimer's the author of this work. He talks about his passion for art.
Julius Caesar.
Guess what I found?
The Holy Grail.
Older than that.
A piece of Noah's Ark.
Not that old.
Čudu.
Go on for hours. Just tell me.
Caesar's laurel wreath.
The workmanship on this crown is amazing. The finesse of the gold laurel leaves is beautiful. A crown worthy of an emperor. I'd stake my life that it's the genuine article.
Do you know why laurel wreaths are used and not, say, mistletoe or another plant?
The laurel wreath symbolized glory in Roman times.
In your opinion, what kind would suit me best?
A crown of nettles.
Jesi teška srca, jeba.
Oh, looks like a pamphlet on different political regimes, written by Mortimer.
Excalibur.
You should see this sword, Emily. It's magnificent.
I'm busy. Describe it to me.
This weapon is typically French, quite old, undoubtedly goes
On the
back
Joan
to
of
the
Arc.
Crusades. If it is a true Damask sword, it's worth more than a kingdom.
It really does look like Joan of Arc's sword.
The famous Maid of Orleans. One of your favorite historical heroines.
You bet, given the number of English butts she kicked.
And we all know where that got her. When you finished playing, maybe you can help me search the place?
To i radim, jebote, ženo. Znaš, globus ti istražim, bre. Amber.
Here's something interesting. A manor in Maine, hundreds of acres of land in Catalonia, properties in Shanghai. Incredible. Some of these deeds are over 600 years old, and all signed by the hand of Mortimer.
I wonder if that's what inspired my mother's attention. How come all these documents have Mortimer's signature on them?
Do you think all these properties really belong to him?
See those fine scratches around the words?
Ne košta me ništa, zato što imam skill.
The ink barely spreads on the paper. It spreads exactly the same way on the signature. The deed was written using the same ink. If it is a fake, then it's a professional job. Several people have played the part of Mortimer, a part that has been passed down from generation to generation. Different men, but with one sole identity.
An intriguing hypothesis, and yet less twisted than some of my previous cases.
At last, you finally agree with me about something.
Ole.
These documents are intriguing, but do you really think that's what attracted your mother's attention here?
And how do you know my mother was interested in this room?
I didn't know, I just supposed she was. And you just confirmed it. So, do you think she found what she came for?
I don't know. She was obsessed with Mortimer, and I must confess these property deeds are troubling.
If that's the case, why would she have left them?
Once again, I don't know. We'll have to ask her when we find her. And what's your take? Why keep such a collection hidden in a secret room? Any thoughts?
Mortimer has every reason in the world to conceal it, even if only to keep it from people like us.
Hey, Emily, we're not thieves. We're only looking. I wonder why my mother didn't make it clear what she was interested in here.
She didn't have time to write it down, or maybe she wasn't sure of what she was looking for.
Or she wanted to protect her discoveries. It's disturbing.
You'll just have to search the rest of the room. Maybe you'll find something.
Dobro.
What is that you found?
A cameo pendant. What's going on?
Nothing.
For crying out loud, Emily, you lunged for that jewel like your life depended on it. Tell me what this is about.
No. We just met, Louis. I like you, but I can't just suddenly open myself up like a book to you.
Listen, Emily. It seems pretty obvious to me that you haven't come here for the sole purpose of sampling Mortimer's cellar. Stop all the clever evasions and just trust me.
And why the hell should I place my trust in you, Louis?
ništa da doberem, bre. Why? Fuck. Ali ja čak i da uzmem ove dve, ja neću moći ovo, jel tako? Da, zato što nemam... da. Ah, shit.
At least this way things are clear. How do you expect me to open up to you at all if you can't even reassure me? Well, I'm prepared to trust you when it comes to choosing a French cheese, but I've nothing to gain by confiding in you any further than that.
Nothing to gain? Damn it, Emily! I'm only trying to help you. Stop needing to gain something all the time.
Because you think I need help?
Just like everyone. You have your strengths and your weaknesses, and there's no use pretending otherwise.
Ha! And I bet you found out where I'm weak, haven't you?
Pragmatic, intelligent, sure of herself. Her only weak spot is her difficulty talking about herself.
I don't know much about your past, but I'm guessing you had to get by on your own for much of your life. It might have closed you off, and that can be a disadvantage. It might be time for you to open up and risk a little trust. Not every man you meet wants to hurt you.
Yes, you may be right. I might have some weaknesses, but I don't need your help to overcome them. And I'm simply not contemplating collaborating with anyone at this time. Do you understand?
I know you well enough to see that you're hiding something from me. Why won't you look me in the eyes? I've figured you out, but you refuse to accept it. And you're starting to find me charming too.
I admit it. You win. You, worst investigator there ever was, have sussed me out. Well, at least you made me smile. I already have a work partner. I know my weaknesses. I don't doubt that your abilities will be of use to me, but I already have all that, thanks to my teammate.
Is there any chance you might tell me who he is?
No, I've already said too much. Consider yourself lucky I've even given you this much. It's extremely rare, believe me.
Come on, don't stop now that you've come this far. You know that eventually I'll end up making you talk.
Well, since no one can resist you, let's see if you can guess who my partner is.
You're a gambler. So, your partner is... your sister. She's your partner. She's the one you're looking for.
Well, I am impressed. How the devil did you guess I had a sister? Virtually no one even knows. When it comes to getting results, you are very good, I grant you that. You deserve to know why the sight of the cameo pendant affected me so strongly. I thought it belonged to Emma, my twin sister.
Oh. Now I get why you said you had a memory for two.
Yes. You can't imagine to what extent, though. As children, everyone got us mixed up. So one day we decided to play along. Since then, we have become one and the same. We have officially erased the identity of my sister Emma. Emily Hillsborough. The woman with two faces.
Clever. But isn't it complicated? How do you make it work?
One of us has no existence in the outside world. We share everything. First for one, then for the other. We dress the same, wear the same makeup, we speak the same. Bitch. We've learned to act as one. When we accept a mission, we both turn up. This time, though, she went ahead, and I was meant to wait for her on the mainland. She was meant to meet Sir Home and bring back the details, so we could work out who would follow up.
And there was a problem?
She was supposed to return from Mortimer's 1 week ago. The boat turned up at Plymouth, but alas, no trace of my sister. Instead, a sailor passed me a message from home, notifying me of her sudden disappearance.
So, my mother and your sister go missing just a few days apart. That's strange. Maybe their disappearances are linked.
It's clearly a possibility, but up to now I haven't found a trace of either of them.
None of this is very reassuring.
By the way, Louis, now that you are in on the secret, you are obliged to keep it to yourself. or you will pay very dearly.
Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me.
It's time to leave.
Jebote, nisam istražio sve.
So, what do you think of our first adventure?
I must admit, it has been fun by your side.
Same here.
Do you wanna come in?
Oh, she's been drinking too much again.
Louis, I need to talk to you right now.
Good evening, Elizabeth. Actually, this is not a good time.
I'm begging you, please don't leave me alone.
I'll be waiting for you in your room, but don't be late.
Opa. Boraz.
I was sure there was a certain je ne sais quoi between us.
Louis, we need to talk now. Otherwise, it'll be too late.
Looks like Elizabeth really needs me, but if I start talking to her, for sure Emily won't wait for me.
Ne, pa mislim da je
Sorry,
logično.
Emily, but I can't leave Elizabeth like this.
All right, Elizabeth. How can I help?
Thank you. Come on, follow me. I really need
Čega
to
sam
talk to
si
you,
ja
Louis,
sad
right
odrekao,
now.
bre?
Does Lord Mortimer know the mess you've made of your room?
Listen to me, damn it. My days are numbered.
Elizabeth, I don't know if it's about my mother again, but I'm telling you, you've nothing to be afraid of. She didn't come here for you.
I saw her.
Saw who? You saw my mother? When?
Just last night. I went out to walk along the cliff top and I saw her in the distance. She tried to hide right away, but I'm sure it was her.
Are you saying you recognized my mother in the middle of the night while she was hiding?
Yes, Louis, I know it was her.
You just said she was far away, right? In the middle of the night. And the exterior of the island isn't exactly well lit.
Listen, I'm telling you it was her.
She doesn't hesitate on her answers. She's not trembling. She's really convinced of what she's seen. Did you talk to each other?
No, she was far away. I didn't make any noise, and then she was gone.
Have you told anyone you've seen her? Sir Holmes? Mortimer?
You don't understand. It's her. She's here.
Yes, I understand.
No, you're not listening. The moment I saw her, I was overcome by spasms. She's here. I'm telling you, it was her. Yes, I need something to calm me down.
No thanks, I'd better not.
Listen,
you want me to tell you everything? You have to drink with me, Louis. What I have to say to you is of the utmost importance.
Ne, izgleda ću sad opet.
I'll drink with you, but let's go easy on it, okay? I don't know where she gets her rot gut from, but frankly, it's disgusting.
You know, Louis, when I came here, it was in the hope of getting help. I've only just now realized that I've been drawn here into a trap.
Whoa. The alcohol's gone to my head.
Da.
Here, the condemned's last drink.
Elizabeth, alcohol never solves anything. I'm gonna stop now.
Listen up. You want to know what your mother was capable of, right? You want to know the reason why. Well, you're gonna have to follow me to the bottom of the abyss, Louis. Either drink or get out.
Mislim da me ovo ništa neće otkriti.
No, I won't drink.
All right, Louis, then get the hell out of here. You're incapable of opening your eyes, so be it. Get out!
Why the hell did I go with Elizabeth? I could have spent the night with Emily, but no. I had to
Nemo
play the
osta
night
treza,
with
nemo
big
osta
heart.
bez...
Oh, well, never mind. Tomorrow's another day.
Monsieur de Richet, I am arresting you for the murder of Elizabeth Adams.
What the hell's going on?
You are in deep trouble, my young friend.
Ne bi trebalo se fokusira malo i na ovo. Opa. Ušli su prvu epizodu za 3 sata. Ićemo sad na drugu. Samo mi dajte minut da odem do WC-a. Idemo na epizodu 2.
How many times must I tell you? You must never put your life on the line for me.
Mother has always had a fascination for Lord Mortimer, but has never wanted to tell me why.
We are doing our utmost to find your mother as quickly as possible. Without your mother, hundreds of men of the cloth would have gone to the guillotine.
All I can tell you is I'm looking for my sister.
Do you believe your mother capable of torturing a child?
An agreement for cannons. Lord Mortimer assured me that you are to take over the project on behalf of your mother.
Johann Christoph von Wollner, Minister of Religious Affairs, and Jacques Peroux, French Revolutionary Tribunal Judge. You will find that Lord Mortimer is not what one would call conventional, Monsieur de Richet. Monsieur de Richet, I am arresting you for the murder of Elizabeth Adams.
Fucked up, bro. Erudition, logic, etiquette, science. Da vidimo, science, erudition, šta je ovo? Dobro. Pa ja bih da buđem onda ovo science i erudition. Što imamo dve sa erudition. Šta je logic? To mi je okej, ono. Šta sam je rekao da hoću? I science, da, gdje mi je science, je li ovo? Jest. Idemo.
At last we meet, Monsieur de Richet. Do you mind if I call you Louis?
Please do.
Thank you. I wish to apologize wholeheartedly, Louis. I made you cross the seas, and I wasn't even here to welcome you. When I asked you to join us here, it was, of course, in the hope that you would help us find your mother. But an act of horrific violence occurred during the night, and I do not know if this is linked to the disappearance of Sarah.
What are you getting at? What act of violence?
We found Elizabeth Adams' body in her room. She was brutally murdered, stabbed several times. I'll get straight to the point, Louis. According to the initial elements at my disposal, you were the last person to see her alive.
Yes, last night we, Do you suspect me?
I want you to tell me everything that happened last night and leave nothing out. Tell me, how did the evening begin?
Duchess Hillsborough and I were returning to our rooms when Elizabeth came up to us. She was in a state of panic and insisted that she needed to speak to me. She said she feared for her life. I took my leave of the Duchess and followed Elizabeth to her room.
Continue.
She insisted we have a drink, without which she refused to confide anything.
What exactly did she want to speak about?
About my mother. She had just found out that I was Sarah de Richet's son. Elizabeth wanted to tell me about the horrors my mother apparently inflicted on her.
Finding out that your own parents had always lied to you. Well, that must not have been an easy thing to hear. But do go on.
I refused to go on drinking with her. She already seemed drunk and her conversation became confused. So, then she ordered me to get out. If only I'd stayed.
Don't blame yourself, Louis. How could you have known? But thank you for this new information. Louis, I shan't hide the fact that this tragedy puts me in a very delicate situation. I cannot risk upsetting the smooth operation of our next conference. But the case cannot remain unaddressed. I must reassure my guests, and justice will be done. And for that to happen, I must ask for your help.
Why is that?
You met Elizabeth. You spoke together, I believe. She trusted you. Listen, Louis. Find out who could have committed this murder. I refuse to believe that one of my guests is the murderer. I want to know who is responsible for this. And I trust you. You have my backing. You must stop at nothing. Can I count on you?
Of course. How would you like me to proceed?
Maybe you could start by going to the scene of the crime. Elizabeth was attacked in her room.
Welcome to the scene of the crime.
Can you tell me anything else about what happened?
Now, Louis, I wouldn't want to
Bez veze ga pitam za suspects.
Get over there and form
Kad sam
your
ja
own
suspect.
Do you have any suspects in mind, my lord?
I spent most of the night talking with Sir Gregory and His Eminence Piaggi, so I think you can remove them from the list of suspects. Monsieur Bonaparte and President Washington left the party after midnight, I believe. They were tired and went up to bed.
Right. I'll get over there immediately.
Thank you, Louis. Now, once you've finished, come back and let me know your findings. I'll be waiting. And Louis, you've got permission to search through the guests' rooms. They've all been notified and they agree.
Idemo.
Which four-letter word could open this chest?
Arasana. Huh. Check. Čekaj, da ćemo da upalimo Steam Notes. Gde su? Evo ga, Notes. Ćemo da kažemo Epizodu chest. Pa ćemo ovako. Da vidimo. Prvo slovo A, C, Z, E. Drugo slovo R, B, E, A. R, B, E, A. Da imamo da li ima nekog smisla ovo ili su baš ono random slova. Treće slovo S, U, E, I. S, U, E, I. I četvrto na LS. Na LS. Da vidimo. Arsan Ar bla 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 Arsan Aru Arun Arue Arul možda je Eris kao bog. Nope.
Which four-letter word could open
Da
this
vidimo.
chest?
Zeus. Zeus. Z. E. U. Zeus. Dobro. Ja sam by the way relativno skoro otkrio ovu foru sa Steam Notes. Ti imaš bukvalno da otvoriš notepad na Steamu koji je vezan samo za tu igru. I onda kad god ti treba nešto zapišeš vezano za tu igru, možda ga napišeš tu i on ostaje ti, brate, za uvek. Dobra fora, to sam baš relativno skoro saznao kod mislim da sam kod Koha to vidio, Carnage.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
Još vladi popij nešto.
I'm listening, Louis.
Ma, brate, nemam ništa,
I
jel?
have any more information.
Čekaj da onda... Uraz, ali kod nas roka kiša i jebe kevu, bret. Ne bi me čudilo, tako da ako uskoro nestane net, da znate zašto je, to je tako pukne stream. Bladi popio sam, jel to okej sad? Mogu dalje. Hidrirao sam se, muški.
A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best
Kardinal
disguised traits.
Piaggi.
Dante's Purgatory. Why does your mind presume to flight?
Dante ima dosta
Imperfect grub.
dosta su se vezali za njegov materijal.
Your Eminence, I imagine that you've heard
Da,
the
već
news
imam
about
5000
the
dropovanih frame-ova. Nije me čudilo da zbog kiše ovo sve ode do vraga, tako da znate. Ne da pada, brate, nego lije kabel.
I
Crevo.
saw the young French soldier, Bonaparte, I believe, hanging around near Miss Adams' room.
Da.
But I would not want to get an innocent man into trouble, Louis. It's probably nothing. But if I were you, my son, I would talk to Monsieur Peru. You remember how violently he set the
Da, da.
police.
Sad će on da najebe. Sad ćemo se osvetiti. Sad ćeš kod da vidiš koje kukavice. Sad možemo svačiju sobu da ispreturamo. Pa da krenemo, gospodo. Kao, možemo svaku sobu i već na prvu, ono, kao... Zar nisu rekli da... Pa nije rekao da mogu sad svačiju sobu da pregledam. A, nije ovo lepo. Što me ovako lažete? Najebat ćete. E, ti ćeš najebati. Da, od DLC-u za $15. Čekaj, brazeru, pa nema što tako, brit. Aha, prvo moram da idem ovdje da istražim smrt. Šta istražim kad ste sklonili telo, jebo vas ja. Pa niste. Mislio sam da je telo bilo u onom... pentagramu. Evo kažem pentagonu. Dobar dan u sobu. Ljubim lokvu krvi, brapo.
Clock stopped at 3:54. If it was smashed during the murder, then I've just established the time of the crime.
Što smo pametni... Ne, to.
Clock stopped at 3:54. If it was smashed during the murder, then I've just established the time of the crime. A pentagram? What the hell's been going on here?
Brate, bio je tu i prvi put, ono... Kad smo bili u sobi, jebate.
If a ritual went wrong and degenerated, Elizabeth would probably have been killed in the center of the pentagram, not 3 meters from here. That's strange.
I za šta će da ga dozivaju?
Piece of fabric, high quality at that. I'd say it's silk. Going by the texture and the gray hue, it must come from a dress, that kind that women of quality wear.
Opa.
Color doesn't correspond to Emily's black outfits, and Elizabeth doesn't have anything quite like this in her wardrobe. Let's take a closer look. It's a little dirty.
Ovo je bila ljubomora što nisam teo s njom u krevet, brate, i došlo da reši ovo.
I recognize that moire pattern. It's the same as the travel dress my mother was wearing when she left. But why the hell did she come into this room?
Op, op.
Piece of fabric. High quality at that. I'd say it's silk. Going by the texture and the gray hue,
Lucifera.
A dress, that kind that women of quality.
Odmah idemo na top tier. Ajmo sad ovo.
It's a travel dress. The silk has been lightly waxed to protect it from bad weather. And I know the very woman who came up with the idea, given all the traveling she does. My mother.
Dobro, sve ukazuje na Kevu.
Why did she come here in the first place? The material appears to have undergone abnormal wear and tear. She must have been scouring the countryside, and that doesn't look good.
Ovo su ona pisma i dalje. To me ne zanima. Ovo.
Notebook, written in Elizabeth's handwriting. It is written in a mix of several languages. Not too easy to work out. It looks like a mixture of medieval Latin and Anglo-Norman. It is difficult to make sense of this jerky writing. I can make out some passages, though. He's coming. The demon is upon me. He's coming back to kill me. There she is.
He's here, have no fear.
I've just run into her son. That was her last entry. What tortured writing.
Da vidimo šta još ima ovdje. Ovo je bilo... You? Da, fuck are you doing here, bret? Uplaši me.
Vials of laudanum. The label shows that this laudanum comes straight from America. I wonder if Washington's involved.
Pa bato... Washington i moja keva sitting in the tree.
Has Sir finished with this room?
No, I haven't gone over everything yet.
Sir may take his time. When Sir would like to leave, Sir has only to tell me.
I see no sign of bruising on the skull. The only clue is a scar from a previous craniectomy. Poor Elizabeth, she must have been very young when she went through all that. That's torture. She also has old scars around the neck, maybe mutilations. What a strange smell. Laudanum. Certain courtiers use it to get drunk. If taken in large quantities, it can provoke fits of madness. Her breath smells of alcohol and of laudanum. People use it to relieve pain. She bled from the nose. Signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising. There's signs of bleeding, but I don't see any traces of bruising. I count no fewer than 9 wounds on the thorax with a lot of blood.
Neko si baš i žive onako, valjano.
It looks as though the wounds were inflicted from a precise angle, as if the murderer was standing behind Elizabeth. Some of these tattoos are veritable works of... What's that? The skin between her breasts is different. Bloody hell! This tattoo was drawn on a page of leather and stitched onto her skin. Probably during childhood. If the scars are anything to go by. It's the same kind of tattoo as on the rest of her body.
Idemo na arm.
There are numerous marks on the body. She must have fought like a lion. It couldn't have happened without a lot of noise. There are also a number of old scars. Scarring, ugh. Scarring isn't very regular, but they're mostly from old cuts. People who scar themselves in this way generally do so to relieve some kind of psychological suffering. By trying to master the pain, they establish their self-control. Ancient Greek. Let's see what it means. These are sacred chants intended to protect their bearer. But from whom? Or from what?
Examine the...
Scarring.
Ne, jesam, ovo sam prvo uz...
Scarring isn't very regular, but they're mostly from old cuts. No wounds, but blood on the right hand. Nothing on the left except that tattooed symbol. No marks or bruising around the wrists. It doesn't look like she was tied up or held by force. Blood, but no trace of blows on the legs. More tattoos, similar to those on the rest of her body. The direction of the blood streaks caused by the wounds to the thorax show that she was standing when she lost blood. This proves that she was standing when she was assassinated, possibly held by someone or something.
Dobro. Če sad imamo Kevu, Washingtona, stajala je neko izbo nožem iza leđa.
The handprint on the handle is really small. I can't imagine a man with a hand that size. It must be from a woman's hand.
Ono se ukazuje onda na Kevu, bret.
Knocked over a bottle of wine. Same thing Elizabeth served me last night. Still just as disgusting.
Ždrepčeva krv.
I don't know what's happened to this wine, but it's undrinkable.
Uf. Bacio mi neku kletvu.
Poor girl bled to death. Whoever left that footprint has boats for feet. That's at least a size 15. Where's a size like that here? Peru? Washington, maybe.
Evo da, Washington.
Blood spatter indicates that the murder must have held Elizabeth upright during the attack. Even if Elizabeth wasn't very big, I doubt she wouldn't have put up a struggle. It takes tremendous strength to overpower someone like that.
Evo ga štoljpio, ne?
A pistol? Fairly new, I'd say. And judging by the weight of it, fairly light. A tribute engraved on the barrel. To the liberators of France. There's a few dried traces of blood on the grip. Difficult to know for sure how they got there. It's extremely well maintained. The barrel is perfectly clean. It isn't loaded, and well, there's no traces of gunshot residue. I'd conclude that it hasn't been used recently. Right. I shall have to find its owner.
Ja bih rekao da smo sve ispitali, a? Ja sam nisam siguran da sam za nož sve pogledao. Da sam sve opcije koje sam imao, evo viš.
blade is short and thin. Well sharpened, apparently. It's covered in blood. Still fresh. The lower part of the handle is unsullied by blood. The murderer gripped the weapon so tight that there's no blood where he held it. The handprint indicates a small and slender hand.
No.
Has Sir finished with this
I know
room?
enough now. Thank you.
Very well, sir. I shall guard the door.
You?
Good day, Monsieur de Richet.
Mr. Volner, are you looking for anything in particular? Next to Elizabeth's room?
No,
Ovo je mrtav pijan, vred.
nothing special.
Lord Mortimer must have informed you of the necessity for everyone to remain in their rooms until further notice.
Certainly, but I'm a guest, not a prisoner. I was looking for a servant, since we don't all, unfortunately, have one at our disposal.
Yeah, right.
I shall leave you now, sir. I will return to my room.
Sram te bilo.
President George Washington.
Idemo. Presidential room.
A map of Vermont.
Samo malo predsjedniče, sad ću ja brzo.
It looks like a note between Emily and Washington about trade deals.
Fuck.
My dear George, I'd like to invite you to join me as planned at my place. I have a project to show you. It is time that the United States played a more important role on the world stage. I understand your reluctance of playing with fire. I know your new country is very young, but rest assured that I would do nothing to jeopardize what we have built together. I look forward to seeing you soon. Your friend, William.
Your friend William. Njega ćemo posle da ispitamo. Ima poglavlja, imaš epizode. Kao Telltale fazon, ovo je sada epizoda 2. U principu sve se odvija u vili, ali kasnije otkrivaš ono druge delove vile.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Tako da kako budemo odmicali u igri, tako će da se pojavljuju nove prostorije, tajne prostorije, itd. Podzemlje.
Greetings, Lee.
Mr. President, you can guess why I'm here.
Of course.
Lord Mortimer has sent me to ask you a few questions about last night.
It's... How am I going to tell Elizabeth's father that she's dead?
I know, Mr. President. I shall endeavor to find out the truth about this tragedy. I must ask you to help me, though. Please.
Find the degenerate pig who did this, Louis.
I'm talking to all the guests to find out who has an alibi and, well, who doesn't, Mr. President. Can you tell me what you were doing last night so that I can strike your name off the list?
I spent the night right here, reading.
All night?
Exactly. Emily stopped by in the middle of the night, you can ask her. She wanted to talk about some business we have in common.
Anything whatsoever to do with Elizabeth?
Not at all, Louis. A business matter.
Ovaj Mortimer je rekao da se on vratio u sobu, druže.
Are you all right, Mr. President? Are you feeling all right?
Oh, don't worry. It's this rotten toothache. What do you expect? I'm no spring chicken now.
Tell me, Mr. President, had you spoken to Elizabeth since your arrival? You know her father. You thought she was dead.
No, I didn't. And I believe I'll be taking my remorse with me to my grave. I wanted to, but I didn't know where to begin.
You can't blame yourself. You couldn't have known that her days were numbered. Were you aware that Elizabeth took laudanum?
Yes. She came to ask me for some. She had finished her reserve, I believe.
Did she tell you why she was so desperate to get some, Mr. President?
She said she had terrible migraines that wouldn't go away.
More likely for the voices she heard, not the migraines. Were you aware that Elizabeth took laudanum?
Yes. She came to ask me for some. She had finished her reserve, I believe.
Do you take it regularly, Mr. President?
Unfortunately, I do, Louis. I still suffer from a terrible toothache, and it's not likely to get any better.
It's just for that, then?
Old age, my young friend. I don't wish it upon you, but you'll soon see. At my age, it's rare to have no problems in that domain.
And do you take a lot?
A moderate amount, Louis. Only the dosage indicated on the prescription of my doctor.
Do you know if she had any enemies, Mr. President?
Not that I know of. I heard about her altercation with Mr. Perry, but that case was closed, if I'm not mistaken. But if in doubt, I wouldn't leave any door unopened, and I'd go and question your fellow countrymen.
Don't worry, countryman or not, I'm not letting anybody slip through the cracks. Do you know why she came to the island?
To get help, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right?
Indeed. Sir Gregory suggested to her father that he introduce her to Lord Mortimer to see if he could help her. It would appear that she wasn't invited to the conference.
That doesn't surprise me. The poor girl was in no way concerned by our business, and she had no political clout.
So, I don't understand why Sir Gregory invited her during the conference of his good friend Lord Mortimer. He must have realized that he wouldn't have much time to grant her. Preparing a conference does not seem an easy task. On the evening of our arrival, Lord Mortimer didn't even welcome us, what with his being so busy and all.
Yes, you're right, Louis. I didn't think of that. It is indeed rather surprising. The easiest thing to do is simply ask him, you know.
Of course. Mr. President, we found a footprint at the scene of the crime.
Not a dress shoe, I hope. That's all I wear.
No, rest assured. It looks like the print of a big ankle boot. A large size, I'd say.
Perfect. That should help you, Louis. It's a clue.
Evo dosta kontradiktornosti.
Greetings, Louis.
Velika noga, mala ruka.
Do you know why she came to the island?
To get help, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't that right?
Indeed. Sir Gregory suggested to her father that he introduce her to Lord Mortimer to see if he could help her.
Yes, Lord Mortimer has a talent for healing, apparently. I'm not surprised Sir Gregory advised her to come.
Agreed. I shan't keep you any longer, Mr. President.
Feel free, Louis. If there's anything I can do, just ask.
Thank you,
ima
Mr.
ručerde, brate, ko... Idemo dalje. Next.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
A da, on je bio sa ovim Mortimerom, tako da njega ne mogu. Ovo je moja soba.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
A koga onda mogu? Opa. Sada ćemo da vidimo je li ljubomora učinila svoje.
King George III in coronation robes. Nice touch for the room of an English duchess. A fragment of
Amber. Amber, bato.
I received your last letter. Unfortunately,
Mora dobro da se prati. Jebi ga, nema preskakanja dijaloga.
Decidedly, they have support from the highest level in Buckingham Palace.
Ali cool mi je igra.
So here we both are, hands and feet tied, and little room to maneuver. Keep me abreast of events.
Jedino što mi je logično je da, mislim, ono, imaš malu ruku, pa imaš malu ruku. Ruku ne možeš da smanjiš. Ali možeš uzmeš nečije cipele i se praviš da si Bigfoot.
However, my guess is that she has come here for personal reasons.
Zar ne?
The Lady's Waldegrave by Reynolds, painted upon the request of the Waldegrave family, in an effort to find them a husband.
Grammar of Port-Royal. Ah, the artistry of the French language and all its splendor. Whoever masters French commands the world. At least une partie of it.
Evo je, gospođice, gospođe. Golden elixir, kaže pun si. Ajde da očistimo ovaj negativ efekt.
A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to Emily. He's the present Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. A Chinese coin, recognizable by the hole in the middle. If I remember, 2 coils circle the lock.
Dear Gregory, thank you for the information. I've managed to find out about the names you gave me. George Washington is a man you can trust. In spite of his obvious talent for politics, he has remained upright and honest. On the other hand, as you may well know, he is already doing business with Lord Mortimer. It will be more difficult to approach him. Napoleon Bonaparte was unknown to me until today. He's a passionate young French soldier for whom Mortimer predicts a promising future. Take heed. He is a man of conviction, which to my mind makes him potentially dangerous. As for Sarah de Richet, what more is there to say? You already know each other. She was apparently invited by Lord Mortimer about an ongoing matter in Paris that concerns a receiver in stolen art. See you soon. Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. I have no space left. All the Queen Charlotte. All the royal family of England is there. A letter from William Pitt the Elder, addressed to Emily.
Duchess, you can inform King George of the Holy Father's backing. We shall assist you with financing the recruitment of regiments of immigrant royalists to fight against France. Your friend... Ovi će se izrokaju međusobno, buraz.
A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits.
Vera gospodična.
What can I do for you, Louis?
Čekaj, brate, možda on ima debla na nogama.
Did you hear anything about what happened to Elizabeth?
Yes, we all did. Rumors spread quickly, you know. How awful. I didn't know her well, but I hope at least the poor thing didn't suffer too much.
Elizabeth was stabbed 9 times. No doubt she suffered greatly.
9 times? What monster is capable of such a horrible thing? Do you know what happened exactly?
In fact, Lord Mortimer has asked me to look into this case, Emily.
Really? Are you Lord Mortimer's snoop now?
Yep.
I'm doing it for Elizabeth, not to please Mortimer.
Good for you. Quite right, too. Have you found out anything?
Fuck.
Did you and Elizabeth get to know each other?
I must admit, Louis, I didn't take much interest in her. I feel a bit guilty about it, but I never actually spoke to her. She seemed burdened by her problems, and as she wasn't invited to the conference, I didn't really seek her out.
I'm now interviewing all the guests to establish the alibis for each person. Just so that I can cross you off the list of suspects, can you tell me what you were doing on the night of the murder?
Am I given to understand that I'm on the list of suspects?
Don't take it the wrong way, but I must consider every possibility.
Well, if you absolutely wanted to be sure of my activities that evening, you only had to join me, you know.
Especially since I couldn't prevent the murder, even though I spent part of the evening with Elizabeth.
You're sure it's not too hard to bear for you?
The fact is, I don't have a choice.
Da bi bio dobar čovjek i onda najebeš, bre. Znači, gledao sam tuđu korist i najebo sam. To je neka, da bi trebao bude neko naravoučenije.
I hear you were in discussions with the Holy See.
Oh, either His Eminence can't keep his tongue from wagging, or you've been poking your nose where you shouldn't, sir.
Even so, Emily, you're raising a royalist army. That's no small matter.
And you are straying from the subject. Is there anything else you wanted to ask me?
I found a torn piece of dress in Miss Adams' room. Gray silk.
Where's it from?
That's what I'm trying to find out. The color doesn't match any of Elizabeth's dresses, but I might not have found all of her clothes yet.
Good Lord, Louis, do you realize what this means? If this piece of dress isn't from Elizabeth, then it's...
Bravo.
I don't have any grey silk dresses, Louis. Neither does my sister, since we wear the same clothes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to check with you.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
Thank you.
Are you all right? You know, I'm sure there's a good reason why your mother was at the scene.
Thank you, Emily. We found the murder weapon.
What is it?
A dagger, quite slim.
Have you found its owner?
Not yet. Still searching as it happens. That said, since the blade penetrated the body several times, the murderer's hand will have been covered in blood.
You think that's a clue?
The handprint was a very slender hand, Emily. Probably that of a woman.
Do you realize what that means? There are only 3 of us on the island. Bearing in mind that neither my sister nor myself had any reason to set upon the young lady, that means...
I know, Emily. I know.
Keep up your courage, Louis. I'm sure there's an explanation. You're bound to shed some light on it all.
Mislim da može.
It's true, Emily. I'm less and less enthusiastic about shedding any light on the subject.
I won't keep you, Emily.
Ako se dobro sjećam, možeš da pogrešiš, samo ne mogu da se sjetim da li ti igra kaže da li si pogrešio ili ne. Tog dela ne mogu se sjetim. Ili te ostavio ono, znaš, kao jebi ga, odabrao si sad teraj dalje. Čija je osoba? Opa. On je, brate, bio mali. Ko ženska. Tako da ne bi me čudilo da je Napoleon zapravo koknuo.
The Prince by Machiavelli. A perfect read for anyone with a surfeit of ambition. That might come in
Ljudi,
handy.
lupiti neki Lekić, Subić. Iako jeste, ako niste. Kradem od Napoleona knjige.
Hannibal crossing the Alps. Another military success. Why do I get nothing but visions of horror in my room? And he gets victory after victory?
Kada sam čuo da me izvecnulo ono za interakciju negde. Evo ga. Da, evo ga. Što si se moren, druže Bonaparta? Sad ćemo i tebe da pretresemo.
They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost. My dearest son, I'm writing to implore you to act quickly. The situation is rapidly
Maria
worsening
Letizia Bonaparte.
Our League continues to steer our motherland, Corsica, toward open warfare between France and England. His men are everywhere. We are obliged to go into hiding and are unable to remain in the same place for more than 2 days. I wouldn't be surprised if they targeted us soon. Make haste, my son. You hold our destiny in your hands. Your loving mother, Maria Letizia Bonaparte.
Dobro.
A bicorn decorated with a cockade. It must belong to a French soldier.
Kao na primjer Napoleonu.
Hey, a Russian ruble. I wonder what it'd be worth today.
Da, danas je realno bezvredna.
French actor
Toga, Amber.
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 There's just one holster in Bonaparte's gear, and the pistol is missing. On the other hand, his cleaning equipment is in mint condition. That's typical of the soldier in him.
No, Pop.
My dear Napoleon, as previously agreed, I would like to ask you to join us in January on my island to participate in the high society meeting organized for the occasion. We shall be able to continue our discussion about our project for a new order for France. I have a proposition to make to you concerning your wish to put a strong leader at the head of France. I trust you to be discreet.
Broz, ovdje je padalo, znači evo, ja sam došao na 10.000 dropovanih frame-ova, pošto to je SBB, brate, čim padne kiša, odmah nema interneta, borazero.
Monsieur de Richet, please be quick. We are both very busy.
Did you hear about young Elizabeth?
Indeed, it is deeply regrettable.
Lord Mortimer asked me to...
I know. You no doubt want to know my alibi. I spent the night downstairs playing cards.
Can you tell me who was present at the game, please?
Well, there were Lord Mortimer, President Washington, and Sir Gregory.
Thank you.
Ah, and His Eminence Piaget as well. Excuse me, I nearly forgot him. Poor soul.
Dobro.
Did any of you leave during
Washington i on.
Not that I know of, monsieur. I didn't exactly spend my time noting the other guests' comings and goings, but I don't think so.
Thank you. What time did the game end?
I can't say exactly. As for me, I must have stayed until midnight. I was exhausted, couldn't think straight, so I preferred to go up to bed.
On your way up to bed,
ja ću ga promenim čim se ukaže prilika.
Not in the least. The whole manor was sound asleep.
Not really. No. Did you notice anything unusual during the evening?
Nothing at all, except the luck of the devil of Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory at cards.
Did they win much?
Oh la la, monsieur, they cleaned us out more like. But I plan on getting it all back before we leave.
What time did the game end?
I can't say exactly. As for me, I must have stayed until midnight. I was exhausted, couldn't think straight, so I preferred to go up to bed.
On your way up to bed, did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
No, not in the least. The whole manor was sound asleep.
Not really. No.
Saski tu ne prija YouTube.
As any good soldier would, I imagine you own a firearm. May I see it?
Oh, well, if you really want to, here is my
Ima dosta
pistol.
magova.
Don't worry, it is not loaded.
Do you have
Kakvi
several?
su ono game breaking ili mislim ili ne možeš da imaš progres u igri
Only a bandit would carry such
ili
an
neke
arsenal.
gluposti.
Thank you.
Neću sad za pištolj,
As any
čekaj.
good soldier would, I imagine you own a firearm. May I see it?
Oh, well, if you really want to, here is my pistol. Don't worry, it is not loaded.
Do you have several of these?
In Corsica, oui, but not on me when I am traveling. Only a bandit would carry such an arsenal.
Thank you. Someone saw you not far from the victim's room. Can you tell me what you were doing exactly, please?
I can tell you that someone is an idiot. I wanted to warn her to be careful. You see, on the night of my arrival, I saw someone leaving her room in haste, and I wanted to speak to her, to warn her. Unfortunately, the young lady slipped through my fingers each time. Now I know why. She had every reason to be worried. What an idiot I was not to insist. I could have helped her.
Were you able to recognize the prowler?
Unfortunately not, no.
Lepše je zaći ljubičanstvena.
Lord Mortimer was waiting for me. I was not really paying attention anyway.
Čekaj, šta kažem, fortunately, no, it was dark and Lord Mortimer was waiting for me. I was not really paying attention anyway. Ja pravam ovo.
Excuse me for insisting, but if you saw him or her, I'm sure you would have more information than that. It's just
Da,
that
Saskia,
you don't
ovdje je
think it
baš
could
ono,
help to me.
ragada dagada.
I don't know. Was it a woman, for instance? Bearing in mind that all the women here wear whalebone dresses, which is rather noticeable.
A man, I should say. I don't recall seeing the silhouette of a dress.
You see, you saw many things, in fact.
Hang on. Laissez-moi réfléchir. Let me think a minute.
A wig? His height? The sound of his footsteps, maybe.
Ah, his height. Oui, somewhat imposing. A tall man, and straight. As for the rest, I don't know, Monsieur de Richet.
Not to worry. That's already quite a lot. Thank you for everything.
Nisam čuo ništa, pustit ću ga ponovo.
Were you able to recognize the prowler?
Unfortunately not, no.
Pa ne znam kako hoćeš, ako hoćeš možemo probamo sutra, ako ne možemo girse, da sačekamo da izađe neki patch da to sve popegla.
It was dark, and Lord Mortimer was waiting for me.
Meni sve jedno.
I was not really paying attention anyway.
excuse me for insisting, but if you saw him or her, I'm sure you would have more information than that. It's just that you don't think it can be of help to me.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Was it a woman, for instance? Bearing in mind that all the women here wear whalebone dresses, which is rather noticeable.
A man, I should say. I don't recall seeing the silhouette of a dress.
You see, you saw many things, in fact.
Hang on. Laissez-moi réfléchir. Let me think a minute.
A wig? His height? The sound of his footsteps, maybe.
Ah, his height. Oui, somewhat imposing. A tall man, and straight. As for the rest, I don't know, Monsieur de Richet.
Not to worry. That's already quite a lot. Thank you for everything.
Ajde, možemo Gears pa da sačekamo, kapiram da će ispraviti da će ispraviti to u prvom narodnom peču, te neke dečije bolesti, pa onda ćemo da krenemo da igramo. Meni je konfuzna igra, mislim bar u početku, ali dobro, to ćeš ti da vodiš, tako da...
But if I remember rightly, the night of her arrival was also the night of my arrival. So the person he saw leaving Elizabeth's room was Washington.
Šta je sad rekao, da je jedini koji je izašao iz sobe Washington? Dok kad game-am, pa još neki, dok završimo ovu epizodu. A ova epizoda će možda još nekih 2 sata da potraje. Otprilike.
But if I remember rightly, the night of her arrival was also the night of my arrival. So the person he saw leaving Elizabeth's room was Washington. I've been studying him for a while now, and I don't think he was lying. Yet, I'm surprised how easy it was for me to read him. Must surely be his military side. I wish they all could be like that. My investigation would be finished already.
Well, have we finished, monsieur?
Exactly. Thanks again for all your answers.
Brate, sve ukazuje na Washingtona. Ali on bar baš nema male ruke, jebote, on ima lopate u pičku materinu.
Jacques Perru.
Da se pobijem s ovim, bre.
What do you want from me, de Richet?
Greetings. It's fallen to me
Cut the crap! Get to the point. We both know why you're here.
And have you got anything to tell me?
What does it matter? It's too late anyway. Do what you have to do and get out.
It's never too late, sir. If you have something to say, now is the time.
You don't understand. Everything's already written. It's over.
Why is he behaving like the perfect culprit? What is it that's already written? I'm not sure I follow you.
No, you don't.
A pattern of 4 circles.
Why not?
Dear Monsieur Perru, I'm writing to thank you for the funds you sent. These funds will be crucial for the renovation of the western wing of the orphanage. The children you sent are doing marvelously well, and little Pierre will soon be walking. Some of them still sometimes suffer nightmares about their parents on the scaffold, but I expect they will cease in due course. Should you decide to send us more, please note that another 20 beds will soon be ready. The children and myself will never thank you enough. Long live the Republic. Long live France. Sister Marie-Hélène. I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
Ja sam ovo već prelazio davno. Ali sam sad u fazonu da je pređem opet na stream. U principu ovo ti je kao neka misterija fazon podeljena u 5 epizoda. Ti si došao na ovo neko ostrvo koje ima ovu vilu, pozvao te neki Lord Mortimer i pozvao je sve najveće svjetske vođe iz tog perioda, 1700 i neki, tipa George Washington, Napoleon, predstavnike, ne znam, Vatikana i tako dalje i tako dalje. I ti si između ostalog došao tu, tvoja keva je bila na tom ostrvu i ona je nestala. I pod nekim misterioznim okolnostima. I sad je fora što ti tražiš, pokušavaš da otkriješ šta se desilo, gdje ti je keva, šta se desilo s njom, međutim kako to otkrivaš, kako ideš dalje u priču, sve više i više stvari kreće naopako, tipa evo sad su ubili ovu neku likušu, itd. itd.
It's a list of people under surveillance in Paris, and there's some well-known names on it. This is valuable information. This shouldn't be lying around.
Dear friend, please.
Pa da, priča je interesantna, misterija.
We must meet about the ongoing operations in Paris. A boat will be waiting for you in Calais and will take you to Dover in England. From there, a carriage will take you to the port of Tintagel, where a frigate will be waiting for you and other guests, so you can meet up with me on my island as quickly as possible. I await your arrival. Lord William Mortimer.
Sad ti imaš ovdje neki RPG elementi, imaš neke skillove koje treba da naučiš i koje ti pomažu u konverzaciji sa tim ljudima. Znaš, neki su političari, neki su diplomati, neki su rmpali ako ovaj ovdje. I onda za svaki od njih ti treba određeni određeni skill set da bi mogao da možeš ti s njima normalno da razgovaraš, ali da bi mogao da ih prokljuviš, da ih nateraš, da ti otkriju neku tajnu itd. itd. Onda to radiš s pomoću tih skillova. Jebote, utim neka kevica. Sad, ako nemaš te skillove, onda će ti biti malo teže, znaš, ili ako nešto zasereš. Pošto možeš i da zasereš. A ja sam, na primjer, na početku igre treba da otkrijem neku tajnu poruku i hoće neko da klipuje, bret. I umjesto recimo kao svećom da je otkrijem, ja sam posuo jebote život. Ja sam posuo kao pepeo i onda sam uništio pola poruke. I onda u fazu nisam mogao da pročitam, pa sam onda morao dalje nekim drugim putem da otkrivam šta je tu pisalo.
All right, have you finished?
Not quite. I'd like you to answer a few questions.
Evo više, ja sad nemam, na primjer, poena za ovo. Ali mogu da iskoristim recimo ovaj perk i da onda uradim ovo.
I surprised you having a go at Miss Adams. What happened? Did you want to give her another beating? She wouldn't let you push her around again, huh?
Shut up, you little shit! You have no idea what happened, and here you are, carping away. You think you're investigator of the year. Have you taken a look at yourself, Dorishe?
Didn't you get enough beating her black and blue the last time?
I did not!
Jebote koji mi kurac, uvati me neka...
Why?
Nothing. Get away from me.
Just as soon as you stop treating me like I'm an idiot. If you wanted people to think you were guilty, you couldn't have done any better. So cut the bullshit and come clean now.
I can't! He'll come for revenge.
Who?
No one! Just shut your trap, goddammit! Yes, I was there. Yes, I walked in her blood. You've got all you need to wrap it up. Now scram!
What the fuck, brate? Znači on je hodao, ali on nije ubio.
Monsieur Johann van Vulner. The alchemist is a young man. A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely it would close to the owner's heart.
Uf. Ajmo opet.
golden elixir. The sorrows of young Werther. There's a handwritten text signed by von Werner on this first page. Dear Elizabeth, I know that this book is but a small token compared to the delightful moments you gave me, but I hope that this will nonetheless keep the memory alive. Your ever obedient servant.
So, Volner had a relationship with Elizabeth. But that's hardly surprising given his fondness for the occult.
The signs of obscurantism.
Tako je, dobro si mi rekao, bret. Ko zna koliko sam mutovan. Ali dobro, pokušao sam pronađem kombinaciju za ovaj sef. Ali ne mogu da provalim. Ma čekamo peč pa ćemo da cepamo. Meni je skinut svakako, ja sam odradio onaj kao neki uvod, ali... Čekaj, idemo ovo. Signs of the Zodiac. Nema neki 4 slova, brate, čekaj da vidim. Signs of the Zodiac. Nema. A šta... Što si skidao Lajzov? Lajzov P. Ovaj DLC ili... Ili nešto drugo imaš na umu? On ne može beše kop, ne može, a?
Alchemist is an old man. A fragment of amber.
Ah.
A table of alchemical symbols. Someone circled the zinc symbol.
Zinc. Tako je. Evo ga, možemo zinc.
A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Znaš kad bi mi palo na pamet, brate? Samo da ja ovdje obeležim da je ovo cink. Dobro, sviđa mi se ovaj Steam Notes. Prosto čudno ga nikad do sad nisam koristio, bre.
What can I do for you, Donacije?
Monsieur, Lord Mortimer has appointed me to investigate the tragedy that befell us last night.
Oh, yes.
Da imam ručice kakve su.
Yes. How can I help, monsieur?
Where were you last night?
In my room. I read a few ancient manuscripts before going to bed, but I didn't stay up long. I was tired.
Thank you kindly. Excuse me for asking, but did you know Miss Adams?
Oh, she... not really, to tell the truth. No.
I found the Werther dedication, signed by your hand, monsieur. Would you like to change your version now?
Be careful, Donacije. Don't push your luck. My relationship with Miss Adams was pure, and has nothing to do with you. Well, continue playing the detective as you see fit. But if I find the bastard who did that to Elizabeth, I will...
Yes! I would have preferred a simple response, but I see I have my answer now. I get the impression that your romance was over. Am I right?
So? What does it matter to you? I would never have attacked her, if that's what you're insinuating.
Who put an end to the relationship? You or her?
It was her. It was her.
Boga mi, sve ukazuje na ovog baticu.
Exactly how long had you been seeing her?
I have no reason to answer you.
I see. Is that what you want me to tell Lord Mortimer when he asks what I found out?
It's only been a few weeks.
Sad ćemo iskoristimo ovo.
Please, tell me a little more about the nature of your relationship.
That is a personal matter, monsieur.
Yes, that is true. So, tell me.
All right. It was passion. That's why we couldn't stay together. It scared her.
You loved her, didn't you?
That is none of your damn business.
Your feelings betray you, sir.
So what? Yes. I loved her, like a moth loves the flame of a candle. That's why we could never be together.
Pa, rekao bi da je možda on.
I'll have a look around and then take my leave.
Do whatever you have to do.
Čekaj, ostavio sam ovdje nešto bio. Došao mi treba sad onaj jelly jam. Jelly jam. Ajmo nazad. Idemo da vidimo koga još imamo. Da ga nismo propitali i onda možemo se vratimo do Mortimera i da optužimo ovog lika. Whatever, bret. A ovo je soba od ove, jel' tako? Da. A mislim da smo ih sve i prošli. Bili smo kod Washingtona. Ovdje ne možemo. Ovo je kardinal, a Mortimer je rekao da je bio s njim. Ovo sam ja, Ne mogu uđem u svoju sobu, jebet. Nisam platio. Ovo je Manuel Godoy. Ne mogu ni njega. Ovo je gospođa. Tu sam bio. Ovo je Rmpalija. A ne, ovo je Napoleon. Dobro, tu sam isto bio. Onda je ovo Rmpalija. Jeste, tu sam bio. Ne znam samo što ima još ovdje. Da. Ja bi da idem na njega, ali ajde vidimo, još jednom da se podsjetimo šta kaže Mortimer koji je bio s njim.
I've come to speak about the findings of the investigation, my lord.
I'm listening, Louis.
Will you remind me of the facts we already know about?
Elizabeth Adams was killed last night, but Piaggi was with Holm and I until late at night. As for Bonaparte and Washington, they left us after midnight, both tired.
I'm sorry, my lord, but I don't have any evidence conclusive enough to allow me to name the culprit with certitude.
Really? I see. Well, that's your decision, Louis, and I accept it. Given the distinguished guests and the sensitive political issues involved at the conference, I trust you'll leave me to conclude the case in my own way. Right. It's time we spoke about your mother, Louis.
She seems to be making every effort to steer clear of your guests.
What do you mean?
For the past few weeks, my mother's been playing cat and mouse, if you will. I don't know why, but it wouldn't surprise me to learn that she's trying to avoid someone. The question is, who?
And in your opinion, would she be the cat or the mouse?
I'd like to answer the cat, but unfortunately I'm increasingly worried that she's in fact the mouse.
Zaboravio sam priču i to je dobro. To je dobro što sam zaboravio.
What was the official reason why my mother came to your island?
Ja stvarno ne sjećam zašto je Keva tu i šta se desilo. Sjećam se i Napoleona i Washingtona.
You mean the cannon deal with Monsieur Bonaparte?
Among others, yes. How did you hear
Bilo bi glupo da igram, a da znam šta se desilo.
Monsieur Bonaparte came to speak to me about it yesterday, during lunch.
I see. So impetuous. He was supposed to let me speak to you about it first. Our friend Napoleon desperately needed financial backing to properly equip his army. I took it upon myself to back him because I have a firm conviction that he can go far.
We shall see. However, there's one thing that surprises me. Did my mother intend to finance a war? I'm not sure that I follow.
No, your mother's aim was not so much to partake in a war, but rather to make Monsieur Bonaparte accountable. France is in turmoil, and having support of a military man can often come in handy, Louis. You'll see. Once this deal was closed, I had big plans for Sarah.
Such as what?
You see, I've invited several influential figures on my island to present them with a project at the conference. It will be presented later today. I thought that the Golden Order had a role to play, and I still think so. I was hoping Sarah would be able to join us.
I see.
Indeed, if by chance your mother decided not to return to us before the conference, would you do me the great honor of attending? If only to follow the deliberations while waiting for her to duly take her seat.
Why not? We shall see.
Ah, thank you so much. In this way, you'll be able to keep your mother informed of what is said. There's something else I'd like to briefly go over. Earlier, you asked me the official reason for your mother's presence here. Is there an off-the-record reason why your mother came here?
If only my mother trusted me, but she remained very mysterious. I'd have been delighted to answer your question.
Is this usual for her?
As head of the Order, secrets are her bread and butter, as you can imagine. That said, it's the first time she hasn't let me in on the reason for her trip. And it intrigues me, to tell you the truth.
Well, I'm sure that Sarah will explain everything once she reappears. There's something I still don't get. In your opinion, why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
Her not coming back to the manor after so long makes me wonder if she is wary of someone.
Well, certainly. But whom? The only ones who were present during her stay were Sir Gregory, Duchess Hillsborough, Mr. von Bohler, and myself.
Elizabeth?
How did my mother and Duchess Hillsborough get on?
Oh, very well, I believe. They spent a lot of time together. Without wanting to exaggerate, I rather got the impression that Emily reminded your mother of herself when she was young. The only thing I can tell you is that Sarah had indeed changed. At the beginning of her stay here, we enjoyed spending time together, solving the world's problems.
Tell me about her disappearance.
Since she disappeared, your mother has been seen once. Her behavior on the evening of your arrival greatly surprised Gregory and myself. She resurfaced to attack Emma, Emily Hillsborough's twin sister. And she shot her with a pistol.
Opa.
Then, before Gregory could intervene, she ran off and disappeared again.
I beg your pardon? Hang on.
That means
to vidu viziji. Da.
actually happening inside the manor. Mother shot Emily's sister, the very person she came looking for. Why would she do that?
Excuse me, but between that and the childhood of Lady Adams, it's all a bit much for me to cope with. I need to piece it all together again to see things more clearly. You said that you spent a lot of time talking together at the beginning. What happened for that to change?
I'm afraid I haven't much to tell you. The more the days went by, the more she withdrew into herself. She never gave me an explanation, until the day came when she purely and simply disappeared.
Where did she go when she wanted to be alone?
She would shut herself away in a room we use as a box room upstairs.
Would you allow me to go there?
Naturally, Louis, of course. I'll send you a servant to open it.
Thank you.
One last thing, although I don't know if there is a connection.
I'm listening.
A gate was forced the other night near the wharf. Nothing serious, just a few small things damaged.
Sorry, my lord, but I was searching for leads to my mother. I thought I was hot on her trail and didn't take any precautions.
Well, you could have reported it to a servant. But never mind. I shall put it down to your ardor and anxiety. However, please try to respect my estate in future.
I certainly will. Please accept my sincerest
Lagano, bret.
That's all I can tell you about the disappearance of your mother, Louis. I would like to have been more helpful.
I shall stay on her trail and follow up any leads.
Thank you. We will meet later on to welcome our last guest. In the meantime, I shall get someone to open the box room upstairs for you.
Thank you.
The room was just opposite Mortimer's study.
Our room. Mogu ja da idem u moju sobu, brate, malo samo da drevnem, ono. Ne znam više ni gdje mi je soba. Evo je ovdje valjda.
That's me.
Ne mogu, ladno. Go to the tower room. Čekaj, gdje je tower room sad kog uragan? Gdje je tower room? On tam da je gore. Ne? A, čekaj, možda je ovo. Gdje će da jeste?
There are burnt papers in the chimney. There's a legible fragment left. Hey, I recognize my mother's handwriting. She says we must find a safer way to communicate. Someone is onto us. Trust in my faith in the man with the sword. So Mother had an accomplice here. Who could it be? Who could she be suspicious of? I must find the next part. Faith, sword. I recognize her love of riddles there. Honey, I couldn't have hoped for better.
Reci, brate, to mi treba sada da mi ne daju da spavam.
Dante's paradise. Raise your head and be reassured.
Opet Dante.
What comes up here from the mortar world? What is this disc?
O, take it, zatreba će za nešto, ako ništa, bar da narežemo neko. Neku mjuzu.
St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio.
It was find a safer way to communicate. Someone is on to us. Trust in my faith. Trust in my faith. In the man with the sword.
Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior.
Sad ćemo da ostavimo. Because I have no fucking idea. 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 Because I have no fucking idea.
door appears to be locked on the other side. I think I heard something fall to the ground. A metallic sound, like a key falling to the floor. Open sesame.
Idemo. Vladi hoće, brate, da hoćeš da me udaviš.
It's open.
Ne mogu sad uzmem ovaj ključ ovdje što je ispao. Ako opet zaključaju, bret. Dušmani.
A fragment of amber.
Opa, pa to.
Painting of Saint Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. Looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust. It's St. John, painted by Guido Reni. The New Testament.
Brah.
And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in Jordan.
Ja, trebalo bi da znam ovdje... ovo će biti zajebano, brate.
A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel. A chest with the occult symbol representing air.
Boom. Sad će ovdje bude problem jer ovo je sada zagonetka sa ovim...
Whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly, and whose glory is in their shame, who think only of earthly things.
Ništa, idemo redom.
And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was baptized by John in Jordan. And behold, there cometh one of the rulers of the synagogue, Jairus by name. And when he saw him, he fell at his feet. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread, and blessed it, and broke it, and gave it to them, and said, Take, eat, this is my body. Then came together unto him the Pharisees, and certain of the scribes, which came from Jerusalem. He that believeth on him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. I and my Father are one. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in Hebrew Golgotha. Now there is at Jerusalem by the sheep market a pool, which is called in the Hebrew tongue Bethesda, having 5 porches.
Bethesda.
And it came to pass the day after that he went into a city called Nain, and many of his disciples went with him, and much people. And so it was that, while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And so many came and couldn't find the body of the Lord Jesus. And this tax was first paid when Quirinius was governor of Syria.
Kako sam ja to provalio prošli put, pojma nemam.
Take heed that ye practice your justice before men, to be seen differently by them. Otherwise, ye shall have no reward of your Father which is in heaven. St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. Of the 4 apostles shown in this piece, Paul is the only one who isn't an evangelist. He is the 13th apostle. St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently. There's a small inscription engraved on the frame. Let's take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his pilgrims from Rome. Just above that, someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice. No, what does that mean? So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection.
A to je vezano za ono.
Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? St. Paul is shown holding a sword. Strange. There's hardly any dust, as if the painting's been cleaned recently.
Let's
take a closer look. This is how Paul spoke to his
Bar ovo što sam pročito ništa konkretno ne kaže, samo neke gluposti.
Someone's written down the figure 11 on the painting and underlined it twice.
Mislim, ako zabodemo naćemo rješenje.
St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio. St. Paul is the only saint to be presented twice in these paintings, contrary to the other apostles. How come? Caravaggio attained a magnificent command of black and the play of colors too. Paul facing an ordeal, the curtains of his illusions being raised, and receives the light from his Savior. Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. It looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
Up, up. Nešto što ima 11. Možda ovo?
Then they suborned men, which said, "We have heard him speak blasphemous words against Moses and against God."
Okay.
I say then, have they stumbled that they should fall? God forbid, but rather through their fall, salvation is come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy. Oh, wait. A note from Mother is carefully folded between the pages here. What does it say? Dear E, I'm glad you found this note. I was afraid the code of the two groups of pilgrims would mislead you. Pick up the package. You know where, and hide it where no one will find it. It's imperative. Awaiting your reply. Hidden behind the youngest apostle. What? The youngest apostle? What does Mother mean by that?
A ko je sad najmlađi apostol, bret?
There's something else behind this painting.
Da, ovo
It
da ga.
says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean?
Fuck.
A drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel. There's something else behind this painting. It says, half of each group will join the first city of Corinth. What the hell does that mean?
Half of each group I'll join the first city of Corinth.
St. John is the only apostle painted in this gallery who hasn't got a beard. Hey, wait! That means it's him. He's the youngest apostle. Right. This painting is therefore associated with the answer which E had to give to my mother. Now, I just need to know how to recover the answer.
Fine.
The painting looks like it's been taken down recently. What was it my mother said? That she would wait for an answer hidden behind the apostle. Ah, of course. There's something written behind the painting. On the second day, the pilgrims will listen to the prophecy of the young apostle. They shall add 1 companion to their left and 3 to their right to complete their rank. What does it mean? They should add a companion to their left and 3 to their right to complete their ranks. I imagine it applies to their code, the one Mother set up with the pilgrims. What's this? A group of pilgrims who Paul was talking to, and now John is telling them prophecies?
Ima neka fora, ovdje je za neku polovinu nešto bilo.
There's something else behind this painting.
Vjerojatno onda je pola nešto.
Half of each group will join the first city of Corinth.
Half of each group. Nice, ajmo dalje.
There's nothing worth noticing here. Little characters are engraved on the chest of drawers under the urn. It's a sentence in Hebrew. It says, "Count in the dust." All right, let's do it. There are finger marks, deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. That's what the message in Hebrew spoke about. Hebrew 8. No, nothing of value here. It's too cumbersome for me to unhook here, but judging by the dust, it hasn't been moved for months, if not years.
Brate, sad treba pogoditi ovu pičku materiju.
St. Paul painted by Guido Reni. St. Paul on the road to Damascus by Caravaggio. This painting has been hanging here for a long time. A lot of dust is built up on it. Well, a finger has drawn a number in the thin layer of dust. I can read the number 4.
Boras. 16 brojeva su mi dali sad.
This book is incredibly precious. I believe this is the book my mother referred to when calling upon the Lord. A volume of the Gutenberg Bible. And I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 beasts say, "A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny. And see thou hurt not the oil and the wine."
Nema šanse da je ovdje nešto. Bilo 11, 11, onda je rekao levo 1, desno 3.
And the woman was
Napadam,
given two
bukvalno.
wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time, and times and a half a time, from the face of the serpent. Hey, a new note. It's been folded carefully in the corner of this page.
Dobro.
The writing, it's not my mother's. S. I found the book in your effects. I've concealed it where no one can get their hands on it. Who hears the angel? Here's the angel? What does that mean? Oh, it's probably the place where she was expecting to get the location of the next note.
Ovo je nešto piskarao Anđelu.
Drawing of the Apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni. He's represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel. There's something else behind this painting.
Ako je bilo 12-14, znači može mi sada...
Of each group will join the first city of Corinth.
Znači mi sada treba 6-7. Da uopšte ima 6-7 je.
Then they suborned men, which said,
Lupio
"We
sam.
have heard him speak blasphemous words against Moses and against God."
Evo ga, 6-7.
Now, therefore, there is utterly a fault among you, because ye go to law with one another. Why do ye not rather suffer injustice? Why do ye not rather suffer yourselves to be defrauded? Ah, look, here's a message. It is of paramount importance that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. And that first group of pilgrims, how many are there now? If I refer to the chapter I'm reading at the moment, 6.
Okay. It's very much important that no one finds it. Watch out for the Prussian. He's on the trail. Let's meet up. I'll leave it to you to organize the rendezvous. Not today. I'm unable to do it. In the meantime, I'll follow the first group to Mark, who will reveal the answer to them. I'll follow the first group to Mark. Hello, Mark.
Painting of St. Mark from the collection of the Apostles by Guido Reni.
Aha.
There are finger marks.
Hebrew 8.
Deliberately drawn in the dust. 8 in all. That's what the message in Hebrew spoke about. Hebrew 8.
Hebrew 8. A ovo mi kaže I'll follow the first group to mark who will reveal the answer to them. To bi trebalo da je ovo. Zato što smo imali 6 i 7. Je li tako? I onda ona rekla I will lead the first group. Znači 6 do marka do kog smo bili i onda će on da ti revealuje ostalo. A to smo došli do Hebrew 8. Tako da tom logikom
But that which beareth thorns and briars is rejected.
Ajde vidimo.
Is nigh unto cursing, whose end is to be burned. Here's a message. There are some complications. Indeed, the Prussian is insistent. What's happening at your end? Do you need help? If tonight is not possible, let's say tomorrow evening, in the South Room, where we reviewed the situation. When Paul understood that only the axe counted, he went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left, in the company of the pilgrims that have joined him. Yeah, this last comment is about their code. I should find new pilgrims near Paul.
Ovo sekundu ljudi, internet dođe sebi. Kako bi je došao na 20.000 propovanih vremena, mrtvi usrani SBB. Dobro. 608. There are some complications. Indeed, the Russian is insistent. What's happening at your end? Do you need any help? If tonight is not possible, let's say tomorrow evening. In the South Room, where we reviewed the situation. When Paul understood that only the acts counted, he went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left in the company of the pilgrims that have joined them. Ao, brate, sad mu jebaše kevu u burazeru. And Paul understood that only the acts counted. He went back on his tracks. I waited to his left in the company of the pilgrims. Ajde da vidim ovu, brat. When Paul understood the only acts that only the acts counted. He went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation. To the left, in the company of the pilgrims that have joined them. Ovo je sad već... Ne, ovdje sam...
Whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly,
Ovdje sam pukao, ovdje
whose
sam
glory
pukao.
is in their shame, who think only of earthly things. Even as it is meet for me to think this of you all, because I have you in my heart, inasmuch as both in my bonds. And in defense and confirmation of the gospel, ye all are partakers of my grace. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. Do all things without murmurings and disputes. This I say therefore, and testify in the Lord, that ye henceforth walk not as other Gentiles walk, in the vanity of their mind.
Čekaj da probamo ovdje da vidim da će mi da neku novu opciju.
Several portraits of apostles, all signed by Guido Reni. It looks like someone touched this commode recently. There are fingerprints on the sheets and in the dust.
Ništa da mu radim je, but...
Honor thy father and thy mother, as this is the first commandment. Stand therefore, having your loins girt about with truth, and having on the breastplate of righteousness. In him God has chosen us before the foundation of the world, that we may be holy and blameless before him. Thou hast put all things under his feet, for in that he put all in subjection under him. He left nothing that is not put under him. Follow peace with all men,
and holiness, without which no man shall see the Lord.
Made confirmation to his... preslušam ponovo u 6.8.
There are some complications. Indeed, the Prussian is insistent. What's happening at your end? Do you need help? If tonight is not possible, let's say tomorrow evening, in the South Room, where we reviewed the situation. When Paul understood that only the axe counted, he went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left, in the company of the pilgrims that have joined him. Yeah, this last comment is about their code. I should find new pilgrims near Paul. Painting of St. Mark, a collection of the apostles by Guido Reni.
Ko je Paul beše? Paul je ovaj najmlađi.
St. John.
Ne, St. John.
By Guido Reni. St. John is the only apostle painted in this gallery who hasn't got a beard.
Ko je Paul? Jesi ti Paul?
The drawing of the apostle Matthew, painted by Guido Reni,
ali je Paul onaj tamo, bre.
represented as writing the word of the Lord, transmitted by the Holy Spirit, who appears here in the guise of an angel. St. Paul, painted by Guido Reni. Strange. St. Paul is shown twice, unlike the other disciples.
Dobro.
So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean, a connection with the figure, maybe? So we have the figure 11 twice underlined, and a story of a group of pilgrims who it looks like Paul is speaking to. Maybe it's a code. There must be a connection. A text on Paul must be somewhere, and it must be associated with the figure 11. But what's the story with these pilgrims? I mean,
znači, tražimo nešto 11 drugo, jer su ti drugi zapravo možda čak 11.13 ili 11.12. Sad ćemo da vidimo. Gdje ima 11? Ovo smo već prošli ovako po... Ne verujem da je ovo. Ajde da probamo, ali ne verujem.
There is none that understandeth. There is none that seeketh after God.
Ne. Možda
And it
ovo.
came to pass the day after that he went into a city called Nain, and many of his disciples went with him, and much people.
Ne, mislim da tipa nešto 11.13 fazom da će bude. Ili 11.12.
They suborned men, which said, "We have heard him speak blasphemous words against Moses and against God."
Možda je ovo? 2 ova pola i 11 je broj koji je ostao. Ajde.
He that hateth his brother is in darkness, and walketh in darkness, and knoweth not whither he goeth, because that darkness hath blinded his eyes.
Ovo su added pilgrims.
And great multitudes were gathered together unto him, so that he went into a ship and sat, and the whole multitude stood on the shore.
In the company of... Da je onda 19-11. Bilo je 11-11, dok he's left 8 pilgrima, znači 9... Au, brate, ja su ga iskomplikovali. Nije 19.5.
And there were 7 sons of one Sceva, a Jew and chief of the priests which did so.
Ne. Ne, 15-19. Nema mi logike. Možda je ovo.
For I through the law am dead to the law, that I might live unto God.
Samo sti češe po glavi, brazeru. Ali ste mi Kijevu s ovim.
Whose end is destruction, whose God is their belly, and whose glory is in their shame, who think only of earthly things.
Mislim da smo probali 2, ne. Ja, brate, ne znam šta. A, čekaj. A nije 19.5, brate.
And a voice came out of the throne, saying, Praise our God, all ye his servants, and ye that
only
fear
the
him,
acts
both small
counted.
And great.
Only the acts. 4. Lupam. Apsolutno ne znam šta radim. He went back on his tracks. I await your confirmation to his left and the company of the pilgrims that have joined them. Imamo nešto sa 4.
Because we look not at the things that are seen, but at the things which are not seen. For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal.
Moram da se treba završiti stream do sada.
Hereby know that we dwell in him, and he in us, because he hath given us of his Spirit.
Ne znam. Ne da vidim na netu. Mislim ne mogu.
I and my Father are one. And he became very hungry and would have eaten, but while they were made ready, he fell into a trance. Hey, there's a note here. A message from Mother in reply to E. We must leave urgently, but first I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare. Watch out for Volner. He figured out I was avoiding him. Allay suspicion. See you tomorrow evening. Stand ready. For now, let's cease all communication until we meet. Take care of yourself. I suppose this must be the last message.
Yeah, but did you?
What happened afterward? If it's what I suspect, I fear the worst. What did Mother mean by, I absolutely must go beyond the nightmare? I must go beyond the nightmare. What does she mean by that? I'm guessing it's a metaphor.
Naravno da je metafora.
I need to figure out what this means. Mortimer's getting his guests together. I ought to join them.
Jo, Bladi, zbog tebe ću pomerim taj timer, sunce li ti to? Ili ću stavim da košta 1.000.000. Ne mogu, ovo zadnje nisam uspio da provalim, ovu zadnju zagonetku. Zapravo je vezano za broj 4 koju smo našli na ovoj jednoj slici. To se doda na onaj prethodni i dobije se kao 10-8. I samo da imam diversion, recimo. Ili politics. Imamo diversion. Trebaju mi 2 politics.
It's time I went back and joined everyone in the small salon.
You are expected in the small salon, sir.
Monsieur Johann van Vulner.
It's a small salon. Gdje smo malo salon, bre? Evo je moja soba. Naravno, ne puštaj me da uđem u sobu, brete, da spavam malo.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Očistili ga tebra moj.
Monsieur Napoléon Bonaparte. Monsieur Jacques Perru. Emily, I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis?
I have news about your sister.
What have you found out?
Look, I've started piecing together the events leading up to my mother's disappearance and your sister's. Did my mother know about your secret?
Yes, even though I belong to the English chapter, her rank in the Order gives her access to a good deal of personal information.
It must have been Emma I saw in my vision. I was given to understand that my mother and your sister bonded during their stay. I've got a question that might seem a little bit strange.
I'm listening.
If I said go beyond the nightmare, would that ring any bells?
No, means nothing to me. Do you mean literally or figuratively speaking?
It might be a place, I don't know where, but it's a lead.
You ought to ask His Eminence. He knows the house and its estate very well, being a frequent visitor here.
Thanks for the advice.
Should I speak to her about my vision? If what I saw is true, she might want to take revenge.
tell her.
There's something else.
Go on then.
It's about your sister. I don't know what happened exactly, but it's possible that my mother had a go at her.
I know, Louis. I found out that same evening. Well, thanks for not trying to hide it.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't know if I could trust you. Now I know I can. It seems that your mother tricked Emma. She apparently asked her to hide an important book, so that even she wouldn't know where it was. And then she shot her like a dog to make sure no one would ever find it again.
Why would she do that?
I don't know, Louis, but I'll find out. You can count on that.
I'm sincerely sorry, Emily.
Thank you, Louis. But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
There must be an explanation, Emily.
That's what we shall see. Come, Louis. They're waiting for us.
You will pay dearly, Peru. I'm sure you were involved somewhere along the line.
That's right. Pretend you don't know. One piece of advice. Don't travel through France on your way back, or it'll cost you dearly.
Calm now, my friends. Let's calm down. Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
What's going on here exactly?
Sir Gregory called us together to introduce the last guest.
But hardly had we arrived when he set upon Monsieur Peru.
And what has Mr. Peru done to once again provoke someone's anger?
We don't really know just yet.
I get the feeling it won't be long before it gets out.
How could you dare do such a thing? Dios mío, you are all out of your minds.
Really, Duke Manuel? What made you kick up such a fuss?
Manuel Godoy.
Have you not heard? Well, let me inform you that yesterday morning at 10:22 a.m. precisely, in the middle of the Place de la Révolution in Paris, by decree of the National Convention which Monsieur Peru works for, King Louis was guillotined.
What? Oh, no.
The King of France is dead, gentlemen. Our monarchies are in danger. I have said it before. How dare they?
Oh, dear.
Oh, as if it...
Gracious.
Friends, let us calm down.
Don't pretend to be surprised. He got a fair trial.
Ridiculous. Bastard. He was sentenced to death by 361 votes to 360. You beheaded a king for one vote. Is that your democracy?
What an obnoxious act.
Pa da.
Until anything was possible. This political coup will have grave consequences.
France is lost.
Gentlemen, please. Let us take a step back a moment.
In the name of holiness. He was the highest representative of God in France, Emily.
Gentlemen, Duchess, we're all among people of reputable company here. We should be able to manage the conflicts of our nations in a respectful and orderly manner.
I fully agree with you, sir.
But
that's enough, sir.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
Louis Maras de Richet.
Are you related to Sarah de Richet?
Sarah is his mother, Duke. Gentlemen, this news affects us all, but I must ask you to remain calm. It's not the first time history has taken us by surprise. Let's ensure that our respective countries are allowed to respond appropriately to this news.
Oh, rest assured. The response will not fall short, my friend.
Good for you. Well, Your Grace, here I was preparing to introduce you, as is proper, and you've beaten me to it. I'm delighted that we are all together at last. Our meeting will therefore be able to kick off shortly. I have just a few more little preparations to take care of before you all find out the reason for your presence here. In the meantime, I shall leave you to get to know one another. When you hear the bell, please proceed to the conclave room on my left, behind that door. I'll see you later.
Manuel Godoy. Please, sir.
I'm glad you asked. I want to talk to you too.
Of course.
I heard about your mother's disappearance.
He looks concerned. I don't know why, but I doubt it's from sympathy alone. Well, let's see what he wants from me.
Any news of her? Have you found her, maybe?
To hear you speak, you seem to know my mother well.
Not really. We met for the first time on this very spot.
Dobro.
Some weeks back.
Prva runda valjda prošla,
We had a
okej.
very pleasant discussion. She's an exceptionally learned lady with a good head for business. No need for me to tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
I agree.
Did she tell you about our arrangement?
The cat's out of the bag now. More or less, but please do refresh my memory.
Yes,
A je pravno
of
ovako.
course. Nothing of great importance in itself. During one of our discussions, she spoke of an old book, which might have been of interest to me, and she had agreed to let me have it.
A book about what?
Ancient occultism. As you are aware, I am a doctor of theology. You might have come across some old books in her belongings, perhaps?
As my mother's got so many old books, I'm afraid I won't be able to...
Oh, it's easy. You can't mistake this one. It's an ancient grimoire, composed of 7 parts. Each one is closed under lock and key. It was made in such a way that if someone tried to tamper with it, the sheets would be permanently tarnished. If you find it, you mustn't tamper with it. You see?
That's unusual. Unfortunately, that doesn't ring a bell. I'll look again, but I wouldn't get my hopes up. You seem very upset. Is it so important to you, this book?
Well, it's the search of a lifetime. What can I say? Every time I move closer to it, it seems to slip away at the last minute. I was very surprised to learn that your mother had it in her possession. I thought it was with a certain von Borchet in Paris. Do you know him?
Indeed. One of your close friends?
No, not really, but we were close once.
Fuck, nemam više.
Precisely over the case that concerns us now, because he claimed to have the book I'm looking for.
Another dishonest person. What can you say? Can't trust anyone these days, huh?
No, you can't.
I hope I've been able to satisfy your curiosity, Mr. von Volner, and that you succeed in finding what you're looking for.
Oh, and so do I.
And now, what if you told me who you really are working for, instead of keeping up this pretense?
I beg your pardon?
We both know what you're looking for, von Volner. You're the one who von Burchert was planning to sell it to.
For centuries, all those who have come into contact with the Al-Azif have bitterly regretted it, Monsieur de Richet. You are playing a dangerous game. Please know that I am working for someone who does not appreciate anyone poking around in his business.
Let me guess. Your dear king, I should think.
What? You mean Frederick William? Oh, my poor fellow. You are miles away. That stupid, pretentious puppet wields no real power. But seeing as you do not wish to be serious, so be it. Good luck to you.
Ja, daj mi to.
There's a pattern with 5 circles on this chest. have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
Ja, da mi ovo što mi ne treba, Borazero.
These look like pages taken from an ancient encyclopedia.
Novčići, novčići. Igra šah sam sa sobom. Baratina. Samo ne mogu da izađemo ovdje malo. Oko.
Monsieur Bonaparte, may I speak with you a moment?
May we?
Does expression "go beyond the nightmare" mean anything to you at all?
Well, metaphorically, yes. It sums up the career of a soldier quite well. I doubt that is what you want to hear, though.
Indeed.
That's surely not what I'm looking for.
Well, monsieur, if you are looking for a phrase book, Lord Mortimer must surely have one, given the number of books he has. You ought to check in the library of the tower. You never know.
What do you think of Duke Godot?
Well, I'd rather not express any opinion of him.
Why is that?
His reputation is enough for me.
Meaning?
This gentleman enjoys people talking about him for too many reasons. His undeserved titles, more than 10 in just 4 years, and each one more prestigious than the one before.
You don't think he deserves them?
If I had seen him on the battlefield, there might be some doubt. But that is not the case. The Queen would rather not risk losing him, so she consoles him with awards and titles.
So you don't have a very positive opinion?
His coveting French Catalonia does not encourage me to have one.
I understand your point of view. Would you have any more information about the conference Lord Mortimer spoke of?
Nothing at all. Mortimer is very committed to secrecy when it comes to his conferences. But given the presence of Monsieur Peru and ourselves, I think it must concern France to some extent. Otherwise, I doubt he would have invited 3 Frenchmen to his table, huh?
Well, I'll be leaving you now. Shall we meet up again later?
Wait, monsieur. Any news of your mother?
Unfortunately not, no.
I hope to speak with her about my deal before I leave. Let me know if you find her. À plus tard, monsieur.
Ajde, nastavi ti svoj šah, bret.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night.
Znači da mi sad da ovaj Ember.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
My good fellow, would you have any amber available?
I would, but unfortunately I don't think I
Da mogu da mu izvučem jedan Ember.
I believe it is a precious stone.
Mogu.
Look, you aren't going to kick up a fuss about a vulgar piece of resin, are you? Don't believe what they say about amber. It does nothing to warm up infants' bodies, let alone prevent toothache. And neither does this fossil oleoresin stimulate fertility. You can believe me.
Thank you for educating me. I didn't know. Here you are, sir. Does sir desire anything else?
Thank you.
Go beyond the nightmare. Does this line remind you of anything in particular?
You caught me unaware here, Louis. Let me think about it a second. No, nothing comes to mind. Sorry, Louis, but I am unable to help you.
Mr. President, what do you think about your counterpart, Duke Manuel?
I'm very surprised he was able to accept Lord Mortimer's invitation, given the political situation in Spain.
What do you mean?
The situation is ready to explode with France over Catalonia.
Well, the Duke must have a darn good reason to be absent and come here, mustn't he?
When Lord Mortimer invites you, Louis, you come. It's always in your best interest.
I wouldn't say that personally, but... Mr. President, can you tell me a little more about the coming conference?
Of course, Louis. That's why we're here. Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory regularly organize meetings like this to put forward major projects.
What do you mean by major projects?
I'd prefer to let Lord Mortimer explain that to you, Louis. Let's say he brings together influential people in order to consider possible actions to undertake to guarantee the future of nations.
Do you know the theme of the conference?
Not in the slightest. None of the guests know the theme before arriving. But you'll see, everything will turn out fine. Don't worry.
Just a surname.
Well, thank you for your time.
Don't mention it, my young friend. Regarding your question on the nightmare, don't hesitate to question the others about it. Maybe one of them knows more than I do.
That's a good idea. Thank you once again.
To
I'll
je
see you in a little bit.
pokušavam. Samo da ih nađem. Idemo vamo ovu. Dobro. Čekaj, pre nego što pjađe zaskočim. Smo ovdje ostavili beše nešto, nismo. Ovdje. Ne, ovdje je bio Ember. Ovdje nije bilo ništa, ali tako. Treba mi sad ovih što mi daju ove effort plane.
Louis, just the man. Good lord, how did the king come to be executed? I would think that the order would have intervened.
Your Eminence, I'm sorry for King Louis, but he did everything to put himself there.
Louis, how can you say such a thing? Even if France rejects the church, you don't go and behead a person of high status. They always serve our cause better alive than dead. Politically, it's absurd.
I invite you to speak about it with my mother as soon as she reappears.
Is there any news of her?
Well, I hope it won't be long before I find her, Your Eminence.
Now you wanted to speak to me.
Nightmare.
If I say the nightmare to you, does it make you think of anything?
Your question is strange, my son. Difficult to say. Could you at least tell me a little more about the context?
Think of a place and tell me the first thing that comes into your mind when I say the nightmare.
Dobro, vratio sam pravo jedan.
Let me think. I'd say Lord Mortimer's favorite painting on the wall behind his desk. You know, that painting caused quite a stir when it was exhibited. It is titled The Nightmare, and it shows a woman lying down with a creature sitting on her. And in the background, a horse. I don't know if it will be of any help, but I can't think of anything else.
You never know. Thank you for that, though, Your Eminence.
Oh, I gotta go and see it just in case, though.
I was wondering what to think of that Manuel Godoy.
Jeste, beše, bila je neka fora sa Mortimerovom slikom, bre.
Every level. But his faith is unwavering. He is a staunch defender of the church. You can believe me.
As to his faith, I have no doubt. However, his ambition seems to surpass his morality, and I hope that it will not sully the crown.
You can say that again. The blue eyes of the latest Infanta, Maria Isabel, have left everyone wondering.
Rumors always accompany men of power, Your Eminence.
Naturally. But the number of awards and titles granted by the Queen during these past 4 years leaves little doubt.
So, Godoy really is this out-and-out rascal who uses his charm on the Queen. I'm sure a man like you is in the circle of trust.
Prikupimo što više informacije možemo, pa ćemo da idemo kod...
is going to be about?
Not really, my son. Well, be it Lord Mortimer or Sir Gregory, we are never informed.
Mislim da mi je ovo jedno sada crno. Da. Jedan effort point.
Thank you for everything, Your Eminence. I shan't take up any more of your time.
You are welcome, my son. I will be seeing you, Louis.
Ajde da vidimo... Da, mislim da bi trebalo sad idemo kod Mortimera gore. Sve da im beš ovdje u onu biblioteku. Znam li tu ima nekih stvari interesantna. To smo već vidjeli. Evo ga ovo, dobro je. Da je biše sad ja izlazim. Izlazim tamo da je meduza. Ne, to me ne zanima. Ova ideja priče me ne zanima.
The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The last day before his crucifixion, Jesus announces that he will be betrayed by one of his disciples.
Gdje ovo vodi? Ovo ide već ne znam gdje vodi. Raz, gdje sam ja sad?
There's the alchemical symbol of the earth on the lid.
Oh yeah. Koliko sam ih dodao? Jedna. Ovo mora da bude Amber Crystal. Daj mi Amber Crystal.
A fragment of amber.
Tako je, bato. Moraz, where the fuck am I?
Honey, the remedy of the gods.
Mogu gore, ali neću gore. A ne mogu ni ovdje. Jeb. Čoveče, koliko sam stvari dobio, brate, šta je ovo? Gdje sam sad? Dobro. Sad treba da idemo kod Mortimera gore.
So, what did my mother mean by going beyond the nightmare?
Pa sad.
No, what have we got here? Well, it looks like a model of a lock. As if more... Let's take a closer look.
Čekaj. Okay. Accounts for the year. Dobro. Mr. Good Palette, I'm writing with regards to the dates of the paintings that I sent for your temporary exhibition. Please note that they are part of my private collection and are dated according to the Freemasons calendar in use at the time. As you may well have guessed, you must remember to subtract 4,000 years if you don't want the public to be surprised at the dating of the works. Only to know that Freemasons year Allah begins in March, not January. About the Longinus painting, I took the liberty to have the spear touched, vjerojatno tushed up. So it better corresponds to the actual spear. I cannot urge the strongly... Dobro. Ok, šta je ovo?
It's a book on the history of the Crusades. I don't think it has any connection with my research.
Pa šta?
It's a book on the history of the Crusades. I don't think it has any connection with my research.
Nemo si nezahvalan. Hop, hop, hop.
That's what you generally feed birds. A mina bird.
Okay. Ćemo da uzmemo ovo.
Might come in handy. A mina bird.
Well, Waldo, is your master good? I don't really know what I was expecting.
Pa realno, bre. Ne to, nego ovo.
Let's take a closer look. Dark chocolate beans. Very bitter. They're greatly prized in high society.
Sad ću roknem, brate, ovu ptičurinu sa čokoladom.
What have I done? Looks like I killed him. Oh shit. I better not hang around.
Znao sam.
The nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781. Ah, this must be what my mother was talking about.
Now just need to find out what she meant by go beyond. Hey, looks like it's mounted on rails on each side. It should lift up, I think. There must be a mechanism somewhere. No, what have we got here? Oh, it looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating the nightmare painted by Fuseli in 1781. Ah, this must be what my mother was talking about. Now just need to find out what she meant by go beyond.
Dobro, malo bi zato što ne mogu prekinem ove, što sam ih već slušao.
There must be a mechanism somewhere.
This is Thursday. Aha.
Aha, I found it. Oh, what on earth is this? A ring lock now? Great. That's all I needed.
Iz koje godine je slika?
No, what have we got here? Oh, it looks like a model of a lock. It's as if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it. This painting isn't finished. And it looks like Mortimer probably did it. Not bad, but you can't exactly say it's been done in the style of the period.
Čekaj da vidimo ovako. Journal. Gdje je ovaj čovječe?
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller. It's a complex mechanism. Looks like the third ring is a bit seized up. It gets stuck on number 9.
Znači 1-9. I šta sad? Evo te, kako nisam video iz koje godine je... Čekaj u stvari. Znaš što ću sad uradim? Sad ću uzem pogledam moj stream lepo. Lepo buraz pogledam moj stream. Čekaj da imamo.
It shows a woman
Of the paintings that I sent. Čekaj da imamo. Hvala. Eto, ne.
1981.
Da imamo kad? 1781. 1781. Ili 781. godina. Hiljadu 781.
Looks like there's a marker on number 1 on the second roller.
Check. Double dates, painting I sent from temporary exhibition, please note. They're part of my private dated according to Freemason's calendar. As you may well have guessed, I must remember to subtract 4,000 years. Čekaj da vidim Freemason's kalendar kako, šta je, mislim. Freemason kalendar. Dates are found and used several of Masonic documents. This calendar do not start counting from the beginning of time, instead historically signified new beginnings. A lot of blah 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 blah. Jebi ga, sad ovdje ima različitih timeline of Masonic calendars, chronological order, prema Craft Masons 4000 godina. Scottish Eyes 3760. Dobro, ajde ovdje možemo kažemo svog Craft Masoni, pošto ovi pominje 4000 godina, ali... Nema, mozak ne ispašuva.
Now, what have we got here? Oh, it looks like a model of a lock. As if Mortimer is fond of complicating things sometimes. Well, I hope I never have to try and unlock it.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de Nassau.
Hey, the dates indicate AL and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that counting system again.
Ovo je 5, 1, 9, 2. Pet, 1, 9, 2.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter. History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de la Salle.
I tried.
The dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that counting system again.
Oh. 1, 1, 9, 2. Oh.
Well, I got it wrong. It doesn't matter.
Jebi ga sad.
History of the First Crusades by Pierre Amédée de la Salle. Hey, the dates indicate AL, and it looks like 4,000 years have been added to our calendar. Oh, that counting system again. The Crusades took place not long after the year 1000. Here all the dates say 5,000 and something. I'm guessing this dating system begins 4,000 years before the calendar that we use. Yet, I'm getting the feeling that there's something else, another small detail, but what is it?
Da vidimo sad.
The famous call of Pope Urban II. 20 years after the capture of Jerusalem from the Arabs by the Turks, Urban II convened the council. He promises a plenary indulgence to Christians who go and get Jerusalem back from the Turks. The result, the Jewish community on the road to Jerusalem found itself persecuted for no reason. 12,000 Jews would perish, not to mention the massacre of Ma'ara, where acts of cannibalism by Frankish crusaders were reported, or even the capture of Jerusalem, where approximately 30,000 were left dead. It signaled the beginning of centuries of wars of religion. Or how Louis VII, King of France, eager to be pardoned for the death of thousands of innocent people in the fire of the Church of Vitry, convinces the Pope to authorize him to lead his own crusade. The result, in Germany, a new outburst of violence against the Jewish community, and a monumental fiasco by poor Louis VII, cuckolded by his wife's uncle. The famous call from Pope Gregory VIII in his Audita Tremendi Bull of 5,187. Oh, the crusade where Richard the Lionhearted distinguished himself. It states the first sea blockade of Saint-Jean d'Acre was broken in the 12th month of 5,190 AL, whereas the siege had been going on for 2 years.
Znači 5190 bi trebalo. Ili 1190. Ajde vidimo.
Doesn't work, damn it.
Ne, onda 5.
I really thought I was close. 1,190. Isn't the right date when you subtract 4,000? I must have missed a subtlety. Damn it. Doesn't work. 5,190. I was pretty sure it was right. Maybe I didn't use the right dating system.
Dobro.
Doesn't work, damn it. I really thought I was close. 1,190. Isn't the right date when you subtract 4,000? I must have missed a subtlety.
Evo, Bladi, sad ćemo pijemo. Bladiša. Must miss the subtlety. Subtlety u mesecu. Rekao je 12. mesec 1190. A to se razlikuje jer kreće u martu. Freemason calendar begins in March, not January. Znači, ako počinju u martu, onda je, čekaj, onda je ovo godina jače ili godina slabije, stani sad. Da. To je bila fora.
Open sesame.
Ostao ja zatvoren, bret.
Let's see what you've been hiding, Lord Murderer.
Čini se kao da nema naraciju u drugoj epizodi. U prvoj epizodi su imali naraciju, u drugoj je nemaju.
Weakness of the Human Psyche by Guillaume Tremor. He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition until the mind gives in. This shows the forces present in America.
Jebi ga, ovo nemam prava da... I evo, Bladija je opuštenja na YouTube-etu. Da, ladno nisu platili, brate, glumce da im, ono, čitaju... Ma, nisam planirao, brate. Nego, ova jedna zagonetka me ukanali, brate, ono sa Biblijom, sa poglavljima, brate, jebenim.
However, a large number has been underlined in bold. 26 million. I know what it is. It's an estimation of my country's population. All our neighbors have far fewer inhabitants.
Australija. Azija.
A fine-looking map of the Orient, indeed.
Aha. Levo je Azija. Fuck. Let us see if you have the courage to face me alone.
I've picked up her trail. What is she up to? Obviously she wants to lure Mortimer somewhere, but where? The only clue she's left for Mortimer is his stone sword. It must be intentional. It looks like a decorative sword, like from a statue, for example.
In the garden.
Judging by the state of it, I'm guessing it's been left outside for a long time. I've absolutely got to find out where it came from. That must be for writing the home pigeon messages.
Idemo. Samo skuplje lut.
A chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of fire. Am I seeing things, or is that an actual von Leeuwenhoek microscope? Incredible.
Šta nego je mikroskop?
Even at the order, it took us ages. 3 rusty old nails. They're about 20. Some goat skulls, chicken legs. Now look, a pack of tarot cards.
Tarot.
Has he been reading the cards?
Maže Pavlaku čovjek na glavu.
That would surprise me. It is a typical draw on a line that answers a specific question. To the left, temperance, that announces a reward for one who patiently waits before taking any action. And in the middle, the chariot, which symbolizes triumph and business success. To the right, the emperor evokes a future full of power and stability.
Naučio sam i taro da čitam, vren.
Something strange about this table. What kind of experiments does Mortimer carry out here? It's a dissection table. So Mortimer does autopsies. Here on his desert island. But who is he doing autopsies on then? The little surgeon's perfect collection. Strange. I don't recognize the alphabet.
Krio sam immunity. Čiji? Mortimerov, nisam vidio.
It isn't Egyptian or Hebrew. There are 2 inscriptions on the sides as well as on the top. No way to know what's underneath. Absolutely no idea what it's for, but I find this cue fascinating. Looks like obsidian or onyx.
Pomenuli su Bethesdu, pomenuli su Obsidian.
These are feathers.
Isti regovi.
These are feathers. Pigeon. A skeleton. By the name of Gustav. If the plaque on the plinth is anything to go by. Mortimer's given a name to his anatomy skeleton. Preservation using formaldehyde. Just as disgusting as ever. A table of alchemical elements. So, Lord Mortimer also studies alchemy? It seems like
Čovjek očigledno sve, brate, radi, pa da.
An iron mask. I wonder who it's for.
Iron Man.
It's locked.
Pa dobro, i šta sad?
Weakness of the Human Psyche by Guillaume Trimore. He says, it is possible to drill an idea into someone by constant daily repetition. And oh shit. How am I gonna get out of here now?
Jao, sad treba kontra. Šta je bilo? 1191, jel tako? Čekaj. 1191. Ulaz. Sad treba da obrnemo. Znači... To je nešto... Plus 5. Lako noć, bladi. Lako noć, brete. Znači, to bi onda trebalo da bude... 6... To nije 6. Ja, brate, napučki su brojevi. Jedan. Dobro. O, jebem ti kameru. Devet, evo ga 9. Znači... Devet. Ovako.
This looks like the same mechanism as the one on the other side.
To je 9949.
Well, better not dwell on it then.
Jebat će mi mater za papagaja, vred. Sam znam da će Valdo da mi bude ono... Rak rana, bre. Dobro. Sad ćemo ovo da uzmemo burazera.
This note is about a meeting with Lord Mortimer. There's no doubt about it. All right, I need to find out where the sword that came with it's from in order to find Mother.
You're joking, I hope. Don't tell me you've done that.
Really? How do you expect me to guess?
Oh, for God's sake, just ask them. We must absolutely inform Sir Gregory. How long has he been trying to collect all the spears?
I must have brought him the first one 20-odd years ago.
Do you know if he has managed to get the original?
Well, in any case, he's got all the ones we had at the Vatican. He made me replace them with copies. But I don't understand your reaction. I'm sure it is nothing serious.
I can see very well you do not understand. You have done nothing less than sign our death warrants, and still you don't understand.
Someone is listening.
What? Monsieur de Richet, why not join us rather than find yourself eavesdropping?
I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Of course you didn't. So, my son, what can we do for you?
I didn't mean to spy on you, but you caught my attention. Your Eminence, I don't know what you said to Mr. von Boldena, but the poor fellow looks positively crestfallen.
Not at all.
Don't you believe it, Louis. I was just telling Monsieur about Lord Mortimer's burning passion for holy relics. You must have noticed he's a bit of a collector. Well, for years, he has been searching high and low to bring all the copies of the Holy Spear together. As I was coming here, I thought I'd bring him a few of them. That's all.
Be quiet, for God's sake. Please leave us, Monsieur. His Eminence and I wish to finish our discussion alone.
Yeah, man.
Leave us now.
Kako je sad treba da izađemo baš?
I am sorry, sir, but the conference room is under preparation and is consequently inaccessible to guests.
Could you perhaps help me?
What can I do for you, sir?
Where did this sword come from?
From the garden, sir. That sword belongs to one of the statues in the garden.
Thank you very much.
Don't mention it, sir.
Da, ja bi sad trebalo da idem, znači... Ja mogu da ovdje... mogu.
The sword probably came from this garden, but what could it have been used for? Golden elixir.
Gdje si, bananko? Dobra večera. Čika bananko.
Ariadne. In Greek mythology, she helped Theseus get through the labyrinth.
Malala.
Looks like there's a crack in the region of the heart.
Malo sam se uželeo, bret. Igrao sam ovu igru davno i prešao sam je, ali... I guide the sword that killed the monster.
If I recall the Iliad, Ariadne is none other than the daughter of Minos and Pasiphae. She was in love with Theseus and helped him in his quest to kill the Minotaur in return for a promise of marriage, if he defeated the monster.
Malo sam se uželeo igra, nešto mi se igra ovako, nešto misteriozno.
Which was famous for being unsolvable.
Šta ima kod tebe, bret? Kakav si?
Once the beast was slain, the gallant was quick to abandon her on an island. Turns out heroes are not what they once were. Let's see. And what's going to happen if I've got it wrong?
Ko znam. Jesam, brete, prešao sam ja ovu igru. Bila je i na kanalu u jednom momentu. Ali je stradala onim masovnim brisanjem. Ali svakako sam bio u fazonu da hoću da je streamam opet. I ovo i neke Telltale igre ću isto da bacim na stream. Da. Ju.
Icarus.
Igra. Ali dobro što se ne sjećam 90% stvari.
After flying too close to the sun, they came unstuck and he fell to his death. Pity. Hey, there's no crack here. I am the innocent one, sacrificed for the sins of the father. If I remember rightly, Icarus was the son of Minos. He found himself confined to the labyrinth with his father after his father betrayed Minos. And his father's plan to escape from the labyrinth wasn't any more successful. Man, that kid was jinxed. Well, let's keep going. A Chinese coin, recognizable by the hole in the middle. If I remember rightly, that's called a cash.
Pa vidim da te nema. Pa sam skonto da si u nekom haosu.
Mysterion. It is rare to see him like this. In general, he's represented with the head of a bull, with the features of the Minotaur.
The famous son of Minos and Pasiphae.
This statue has a crack in it. The crack is thin and about as long as a finger. I should be able to thrust in my sword. Let's go. Minos, son of Zeus and Europa. If I remember correctly, he was the king of Crete. Married to Pasiphae, he had many children, including the famous Ariadne, whom history remembers for her thread. Hey, there's a crack in that statue.
Pa dobro je čuti, bar da je sve dobro. To je...
The crack is in the region of the heart. It's a thin crack.
To je dobro čuti.
A blade could easily enter.
Sad treba vidjeti.
Theseus.
Pa I ovaj ima crack, brat.
He's the one who slayed the Minotaur. Looks like a crack has been made on his torso.
Evo, nisam loše.
It's as long as a finger. I'd say between 6 and 8 centimeters.
Malo. Deep tipel. Nadam se da sam pročito dobro. Hvala brate za follow. Dobro reći, dobrodošao. Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
Pasiphae, daughter of Perseus and sister of Circe. She married Minos and became the queen of Crete.
She has no cracks. All right.
Ako nema cracks, znači da neće da dobije video.
I wonder what this kiosk is doing in the middle of the garden. Too cramped to be able to do much. Well, there must be something going on there. What is that? It's like a sort of opening mechanism.
Da, mislim treba zabode mač tamo da treba.
Knowing Mortimer, I bet it's booby-trapped. There's a little hole at the fingers.
Pa da.
I'm pretty sure if I get it wrong, I'll get pricked. Damn you, Mortimer. Reminds me of traps I studied in Egyptian tombs.
Vidio sam
Knowing Mortimer, I bet it's booby-trapped.
Planiram da ga igram u nekom momentu.
There's a little hole at the fingers. I'm pretty sure if I get it wrong, I'll get pricked. Damn you, Mortimer.
Pozdrav, brati, pozdrav, dobrodošao. Dobrodošao. Deep tape, valjda sam dobro pročitao, brate.
It's up to the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities. It looks like this slab moves. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a passageway underneath it.
Ima, ali ja moram, znači ovako.
It's up to the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities.
Moram da skontam sad na osnovu ovoga, koga da probodem jebat. Da, ima na Game Passu i Doom će, brate, na Game Pass. I ovaj Expedition 33 je izašao na Game Pass i ova nema cracks. Tako da će da vidimo. Srbija i Ruska braća za uvek. Tako je, brate. Tako je.
I guide the sword that will kill the monster. If I recall the Iliad, Ariadne is none other than the daughter of Minos and Pasiphae. She was in love with Theseus and helped him in his quest to kill the Minotaur in return for a promise of marriage if he defeated the monster. She gave him a reel of thread so that he could find his way back through the labyrinth, which was famous for being unsolvable. But once the beast was slain, the gallant was quick to abandon her on an island. Try something else.
Ja, bit će ovo žurka, bre. Ovo je Ikarus. Ne vjerujem da je Ikarus. Tako.
Icarus?
Da.
The son of Daedalus and Nocrate. Impossible to mistake him with those wings.
After
flying too close to the sun,
čekaj, Skyrim si beše obrnuo.
Pity.
Dobro, Ikarus nema.
Let's keep going.
On je sam sebe razjebao, bre.
Asterion. Asterion was a son of Pasiphae and Minos, or rather the result of a curse put on Minos. Minos was punished for betraying Poseidon. Of course, as strangely it often happens, it wasn't he who was punished, it was his wife. She had to mate with a bull, no less. From that union, Asterion was born, who everyone knows as the famous Minotaur. Rejected by Minos, he was shut up in the labyrinth so he could never leave. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, he died by the hand of a hero desperate to restore his reputation. Technically, Asterion is the victim of the story because he's described as a child cast out from birth. Born from an extramarital union,
Because of the errors of his father, he was treated as an outcast all his life. And he died as innocently as he was born. A tragic story, as the Greeks knew how to do so well. I am the cursed child. Let's go.
Mislim da to ima veze sa ovim. Znači da moram da... O, pa dobro.
It looks like this slab moves. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a passageway underneath it. It's up to the just to deliver judgment. Truth unlocks all possibilities.
O, brate, teško da sam te razumeo. Šta osuđuješ? Ajde da popričam sa ovim dok...
Well, Monsieur de Richet, what brings you here?
I'm still looking for my mother, of course.
You're right, monsieur. Keep looking. Good luck to you.
Da, bar se ga otvara da me ne smeta. Ajde, čao. Ne pričam ti ja ruski, brate. Ne pričam ti ja ruski. Tako da možeš da pišeš do... Neke reči su nam iste, ali ili ti slične. A...
Minos. His gesture sealed his fate. He and his queen, Pasiphae, were the monarchs of Crete. In mythology, King Minos was known as a wise and just king, despite the fact that he deceived Poseidon. As punishment, his country was devastated by the white bull of the sea god, and his wife became passionately in love with it. From their union, Asterion was born, sadly known to us as the Minotaur. The illegitimate child, the child of shame, who had a sorry fate. And to think that Minos ended up as a judge of the underworld. Decidedly, the high and mighty always managed to get away with it.
Ma, banana neka.
Theseus. He's the son of Aegeus. He became the mythical king of Athens, the unifying king. Pity, he's generally only remembered for having slayed the Minotaur.
Idi,
Looks like a crack has been made on his torso.
Idi kod koda, pa... Ajde da probam. Znači ili ovaj tamo, bre. A ne znam šta će sad se desi. Ostanem bez ruke.
What's wrong? I'm imagining things, or my hand was pricked.
A dobro, jedno ovo mi je uzeo.
My head, Theseus. Let's try something else instead.
Čekaj.
Minos. The crack is in the region of the heart.
Ja bih rekao da je ovo, ali ajde vidimo. Push, press. Biće da jest. Sljedeći igram Eleanor. Sljedeći igram možda GTA 4. Pa San Andreas ću da igram, ali ću da ga ostavim tamo negdje pred GTA 6.
Again?
You can't be serious, Manuel. You know that's not going to happen.
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed to everything. Even to...
Agreed? I wasn't aware you had a choice.
What's going on here?
Igro Brankovu igru.
What now? What else must I do to win back my freedom?
Obey me.
Šta je definitiv? Remaster? Ako misliš na remaster, da, remaster.
What was that? That's the third time in 3 days.
Moram da rađem još ovakvih igara, ja volim ovakve puzzlere, brate, ali nema nekih dobrih, ono, da... Mislim da su oni izbacili ono u Vampire Masquerade neku, kako se zove.
Let's see if you're in there, mother.
Ko je na ovaj fazo neki? Amber Crystal, idemo.
Fragment of amber.
4. Tako je. Tako je, pa to.
Bandages? Someone's been patching themselves up. Looks like my mother took advantage of being in hiding to change her bandages, huh? This is silk. She must have used her own clothes. There are patches where the blood isn't totally clotted. That's a good sign, right? She changed them recently, which proves she's still looking after herself and still believes in her chances. Well, I'd love to tell her to keep hanging in there.
Mother.
Don't move.
Igrao sam onaj chapter 1.
Who are you?
Crime and Punishment nisam prešao.
Tell me who you are.
Opa. Crime and Punishment mislim da nisam prešao, ali onaj chapter 1 sam prešao i dobar je. Could have inspired Peru to trust me? To nisam znao. Samo sekund. Mislim da je kraj druge epizode. Čekaj, samo da vidim da li je ovo kraj. Evo te, moguće niko nije u stanju napiše ono... Gde si, retro? Gde si, bato? Šta ima, brale? Si dobar? Propustio si, pa dobro, uvijek možeš se gleda repriza, bre. Zar ne? Šta ima, brale? Si mi dobar? Complete episode 2, da. Buraz, ne mogu više. 7 sati, brate. Ja sam ovo već prešao, brate. Ja sam ovo već prešao tamo kad je izašla negde 18. 19. Pošto su oni ovo po epizodama izbacivali tipa 2018. izašla prva epizoda, pa onda ne znam kako su išli, da li na 6 meseci ili na ili tako nešto su izbacivali, pa sam ja tako i rokao i meni bilo okej. Mada ode me sada jedna, znači morao sam za jednu zagonetku da zaboravio sam i to mi je drago što sam zaboravio, tako da ne mogu da se setim 90% stvari. Ali jedna zagonetka me ubi, brate, morao sam kraj zagonetke da pogledam na netu kako se rešava, ono, daje ti neke klove pa ti pogađaš koji je to chapter u Bibliji, nešto, ali ima puzzle, ono, pošto voliš taj fazon, tako da mislim da bi ti se svidelo. Mislim, ono, grafika je, ovo je krš, ali poenta igre je priča. Imaš te neke RPG momente kada buđiš skillove. Na kraju svakog chaptera dobiješ neke skill poene i nalaziš neke knjige koje dodatno pretvaraš u te skill poene. I onda na osnovu tih skillova ti možeš da pričaš sa ljudima. Mislim, ti možeš da pričaš s ljudima, ali neki skillovi ti otključuju neke dodatne dijaloge koje mogu da ti daju neke smernice dalje, a možeš i da izgubiš te smernice, možda napraviš pogrešan potez pa nešto usereš, kao što sam ja uradio kad sam sakrio jedan deo poruke koji je trebalo da znam, ali dobro, kao ima Ima tih porica. Curse the Eye of Isis. Čekaj, bre. Šta to beše? Nije mi ovo poznato. Nisam ovo igrao. Ja, pa dobro, ali ne znam. Mislim, nepoznata mi igra. Možda kad bi vidio gameplay. Tako da, imaš te tako fazončiće. Priča je dosta interesantna. Misterija je, ti dolaziš na... Mislim, to ti je početak igre, neću ti ništa spojlovati. Dolaziš u neku vilu kod nekog Lorda Mortimera koji je fazon kao ono Epstein Island. Fazon, gde su svi ono neki nenormalni moćnici, ono predstavnici, ne znam, Vatikana, pa George Washington, Napoleon, svi se oni pojavljuju u igri, kao svi su oni tu kao gosti te kuće, a tebi je zapravo nestala keva pod misterioznim okolnostima i sada niko ne zna šta se desilo s njom i ti onda tražiš, a jel te to kolika je kućerina, znaš, ima milion brda tajni i onda tako rokaš. Tako da meni je interesantno. Ja koliko se sjećam, na kraju su mi malo bili priču onako razvodnjeli, ali dobro, vidit ćemo. Tako da može sutra budem nastavio, a ako ne, onda verovatno tamo za prvomajske praznike. Sutra uveče ćemo ja i sina malo da cepamo Gears. Htjeli smo Lords of the Fallen, ali kaže sina da je užasno izbogavan co-op. Tako da ćemo ga preskočiti za sada. Sačekat ćemo da izađu pečovi. Ništa, ljudovi moji dragi, to bi bilo to za ovaj stream. Hvala puno na druženju, hvala puno na Bleji, na Retro Bananko, što da vam kažem, hvala vam na što ste došli, a mi se vidimo pa sutra najvjerovatnije. Sad da li ću preko dana igrati ovo, pa uveče Gears ili je samo Gears, nije toliko nebitno. Svakako, ljudovi moji, laku noć, a možete kod Koda i kod Sine, mislim da i oni streamaju, tako da i tamo će budu živancije. Bye bye.